I call this pre-meeting briefing of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 6 p.m. on September 7th, 2023. The purpose of this pre-meeting briefing is to conduct a briefing session with administrative staff regarding the posted agenda for the regular board meeting scheduled at 7 p.m. on September 7th, 2023. For the record, board members present are Tara Herbachik, Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. The next item is audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. Ms. Canada, do we have anyone wishing to speak? Okay. With that, since no one is here to speak, we'll move on to administrative reports. Dr. Eldridge, are there any reports by administration?
Yes. First, we'll have Larry Guerra. Mr. Guerra will present our 5C on our financial reports, and then Ms. Rowland will present the goal book, which is item 5N, and Ms. Holcomb will present the approval of progress learning, 5P. So, Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. Good evening, Ms. Hatfield and the rest of the board. So tonight, as you know, we're beginning something new in the district. We're going to start giving you the financials every month. So everyone has the financials in front of them, and starting this month, we'll be highlighting the financials for you on a monthly basis. So as you know, and you all probably know as well, that the fiscal year just ended as well.
Mr. Guerra,
Yes,
you said we had the financials in front of us. Can you share where those are? I don't
Well, there
have
should
it.
be in your board packet, maybe
In the board book,
in the board book.
electronically? Okay.
Yes, the electronic ones that you get every month.
Okay. Give us a second to get there.
Okay.
Please. Yes. Ms. Herbachik.
I just want to clarify something. The financials are presented monthly in our consent agenda. This is not a situation where we have not received financial updates from administration. We are approaching the financial update a little differently. I just want to clarify.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herbachik. I'm almost there.
Very good.
Okay, so we're getting to 5C. Everyone need a few more seconds? Good? Good? All right, we're good. Thank you.
All right, so as you know, like I said, you get the financials every month, but starting this month, every month I'll go over the financials with you. This way you're kind of up to date on how we look financially from month to month. So as you know, it's kind of a funny time as well because the fiscal year just ended as well. So what that means is we're starting all of our year-end entries. We're doing we're in the current process of doing all our adjusting entries, our salary accruals, our reclassifications, and all the closing entries for the year. So it'll take us about 30 days to get this completed, and after that, the auditors will return in late October and into November in order to complete all their field work, and then they'll start officially closing our books for the year. So after that, they'll go back and they'll complete the audit. They'll do our ACFR, our annual comprehensive financial report, and then in December, they'll bring it back to the audit committee and give them their final findings at the regularly scheduled board meeting on January 11th. So how the financials will run, normally moving forward is you'll receive the financials as usual every month at every regularly scheduled board meeting, and I'll let you know where we stand expenditure-wise as it compares to what we have budgeted. So this way the board, you'll be updated and you'll be aware where we are monthly and how we stand as a district. This will show you how close we're watching the expenditures in order to make sure we're doing everything we can so by the end of the year we remain in a balanced budget. So I know we adopted a deficit budget, but like I said, with all the measures you gave us and the steps we're taking as a group, as leadership, we're watching every month. So we'll show you every month where we stand. Like after 1 month, in theory, you're 1/12 of the budget spent. So we'll kind of show you how we look every month to make sure we're not 6 months spent after 2 months or 3 months. So you'll be aware of where we are every month, and we'll show you the steps we're taking to make sure that we stay under budget and be in budget by the end of the year. So if you have any questions, I'll take them.
Thank you. Mr. Guerra. Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Herbachik?
Thank you. I'm glad we're taking this step. And use the progress against a budget and spend in theory, it would be 1/12, from every month, but there are reasons that we could be over on an item for, if that expenditure had to be front-loaded, a massive amount, for that. So I just don't want everybody to be expecting we're always going to be at 1/12. There are situations to be over, and I think y'all would clarify that at that point.
That is correct. And on the kind of the flip side, by the end of December, because it's 1 month less than the rest of the fiscal year, so we'll be well under 50%. So if we're at 50%, then that's kind of eye-opening. So then we start taking steps as well. But we should be well under 50% at the halfway point when we break for the holidays in December. And we have, like I said, we're not really ever in a deficit budget. We really get front-loaded on all of our revenue up front from our tax collections. So we're watching our revenue to make sure that it's in line with what our expenditure are going to be. So like I said, we're watching it closely, and like I said, if we see something eye-popping or something has to happen that we need to spend money on, then we'll let the board know as well. This way you can see why it looks the way it does.
Thank you, board members. Any additional comments or questions? Okay, will there be visuals that accompany the monthly presentation so we can see like visually what you're explaining?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
What I'll do from now on is I'll put the highlights of the financials, because I know it's tons and tons of pages, and you can see all the investment reports, but I'll highlight where the revenue is and where the expenditures are, mainly to show where we stand as a district.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Guerra.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Eldridge, I believe next was Ms. Rowland? Yes. Okay.
Does it work? Hi. Hello, Dr. Eldridge, Ms. Hatfield, and board members. I'm excited to be here to talk to you about Goal Book. Y'all are the board, talking about the Goal Book. You have a handout, I believe, and it's front and back. Did you copy it front and back? The back is actually the part that when I talk about Goal Book or page 2, I look at. So I thought when I got this handout, I was like, this is exactly what I say about Goal Book. Goal Book is a really robust program. It helps teachers write quality PLAFs and goals. The cool thing about it is, if you've ever been a special education teacher, when I was a special education teacher and they said, okay, it's time to write the PLAFs, I was like, oh no, I don't. It was just a dread, right? It was hard to do. You started with a blank piece of paper, and here you are going to write about the student's strengths and weaknesses. And this actually gives teachers a guide to get the PLAFs started. The cool thing about it, it has measurement techniques in there, or measurement tools that they can start with the student to get baseline data with, so that they can make a prediction of what their outcomes would be for the year, to help them predict the growth that they'll make in a year, to write their criterion for mastery. And then when they come to measure the goal so that's for the PLAFs, and then it helps you write goals based on what your PLAFs are. And so it's a really neat program where if you're struggling with this skill, it will then offer a bunch of goals that link to that skill. The skills can be scaffolded down depending on where the student is. And there's different conditions that it will add. If they're a level 1, if they need to go to the level 1 goal, they'll add some extra conditions for the student to be able to meet the goal. And then when they go to measure the progress, there is embedded progress measures. The tool that helped them develop a baseline can then be used again, and they have some different adjustments made depending on the time of the year. And it allows them to measure their progress on that specific goal. And so it's really aligning the PLAFs and the goals. It's TEKS based, so it'll align with TEKS. It will help with our attempt to push students into general ed class. And it'll show them exactly where they should be for grade level. So when we talk about closing the gap between where we want the student, where they are, you can actually see the different levels of scaffolding between, say, grade 2 and grade 4. You can see the skill grow as it gets to that grade level. The last thing, there's a robust group of strategies and professional learning opportunities for teachers in the program. If students are having difficulty with a certain issue, you can search for say it's one-digit addition. You can put in one-digit addition. It'll show you all of these different strategies and techniques that you can use. They have a lot of good writing visuals, Venn diagram type things that they also, it's a printable that the student can have. Teachers can also turn it into a Word document and they can edit it and have it individualized for the student. It's really cool. I think it supports teachers, and then when you're supporting teachers, it supports students. So I like to divide it like it's two programs in one. One that's something good to help with the teachers, and when you're taking care of the teachers and they have good strategies and goals that'll help guide their instruction for the students.
Thank you, Ms. Rowland. Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Brady?
I'm super excited that you're going to use this. Have you used it in your previous district?
I did use it in my previous
Okay.
district, and it's a great company. They're fun to work with. I will say when we found things that we didn't like, they even said, well, talk to us about that. I always tell them they got to give me the finder's fee, right? Because we're helping improve their program. But they will take feedback from us and tweak and add some different things based on what I've seen that happen, and that is really cool.
Ms. Garza Rojas? Sorry, Ms. Brady, you have another question? Sorry.
So are we going to start this, let's just say if we get it approved tonight. When would we start this? When would the teachers be trained? When would the kids be instructed? When does all that begin?
That was your question, too.
Sorry on that.
My goal is to start pushing it out as soon as we can. Here's the cool thing about it. We will train teachers, but it's so intuitive that when you present it in front of a teacher, they can go in and there's a lot of it they can figure out on their own. And then I'm hoping that we can get in some of our next PD, get some training then for them to show them the things that you won't just find unless you're picking around and looking for everything. So as soon as we can get it going, we're going to get it going. Yeah.
Additional questions, board members? Ms. Derrick?
Will this be replacing a current program that we have?
No, ma'am, it is not. It is brand new.
Okay.
Ms. Benavides?
Thank you very much. If it is not replacing, is it something additional our teachers have to use?
It's actually a tool to help them do something they're already having to do. So I look at it as it's giving them a way to start something that when I was a teacher was one of the hardest things that I had to do was writing PLAFs. And a PLAF is the present levels of academic achievement and functional performance. So every IEP starts with that. What can the student do? What do they struggle with? And this actually is a starting point for that. So instead of starting with blank, you start with skills, deficits. You go in and say, Sarah has difficulty with math. She's a second grader, and these areas of math she's struggling with, and it will pop out optional statements that could fit the student once you do the measurement to figure out how to individualize it for the student. So it's enhancing something that they're already having to do, and my goal is that they're going to love it so much it's going to make that not as big of a daunting task. Does that kind of make sense?
Mm-hmm. Is this, what did they do before introducing this? Is there another program or just
No, it would be gathering all of the data, looking at their map data, which they'll still do some of that, but they'll be able to use that to select, and it will actually start the sentences for them. And you can copy and paste it into our IEP system. And so the cool thing about it, it's not linked to any student, so it's totally individual. And it's a starting point that it just takes the stress off. I mean, they're starting with a blank box essentially, and so this just gives them something to pop in the box that is individualized. When I was a teacher, we gave students tests called the class test. No, yes, and then you got this big book of goals that you kind of matched up, and I mean it was a horrible system, and you kind of went, I wonder what goal I'm going to do. This actually connects them all, so it's really cool, and I really think it's a powerful tool that's going to ease up some of their stress.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Shackman?
This very exciting, and I think it sounds like it covers some things that we haven't had in terms of initial diagnostic work.
Yes.
Is there a way that we can build into this the system where you come back and report and say, we've got it in this many schools, is now in this many districts, to give us anything to see how we're, our return on investment, you know, what is it?
Yes.
So,
Yes, so Allie is our project manager. I'm horrible with names like that, but she will give us user reports.
okay.
And I asked, because the user report is anytime they go into the system to get anything out. So I've asked them in my previous district, can we get more specific on what part of the system they're using? And at the time, they didn't, but it was really cool to see, you know, you get in the, I want people to get in the system, right? You get in the system and you're gonna use part of it. And so I watched numbers increase a ton in my previous district, and we have requested a little bit more detailed report of what they're doing. So I'll make sure that I tell them that we're still interested in that. Yeah.
One question I had was about administrators. So how will administrators be informed and also aware of the tool in addition to the teachers?
So we'll push this out at one of our administrator meetings and let them know. Again, the goal isn't for it to cause any extra work for anyone. Now, there will be a little bit of buy-in, convincing to go and use it, but it just takes one per campus because it's such a great tool. Also in my previous district, which we plan on doing some of these, we do road shows where we go from campus to campus and bring everyone in a room and say, hey, let's show you what you're missing by not using this tool, kind of based on the information that we got back about the user usage. And so we want to make sure that we are taking away that stress. So we'll work with the administrators on that too, and letting them know that this could ease up some of the stress for their teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Rowland. Board members, excuse me, any additional questions or comments? All right, thank you so much. All right, Ms. Holcomb?
Good evening, President Hatfield and distinguished members of the board and Dr. Eldridge. I am here this evening seeking approval for a program called Progress Learning. Progress Learning is an adaptive curriculum program that is 100% aligned to the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. It is designed for students to work on grade level or work below grade level if needed to close gaps. In addition, it will allow them to accelerate above grade level if that is where their present levels of performance are. It also will expand all the way up to high school level for TSI preparation, PSAT, SAT, ACT, so it does all the high school EOCs. We are only seeking to implement this for K through 8 as a replacement to a current program. This program will be a program that is unique to something we've not had before, where it will actually align and talk to the MAP data. So two of the things we're really working to streamline is to make sure that the programs that we're using are streamlined to high quality programs that are 100% aligned to the standards, but then also talk to our diagnostic testing that we're already doing. So what happens when they get on the program, after they've taken their MAP growth test, it will actually automatically sync over, and when that happens, it will mark out the standards, or it will star the standards that they've already mastered. And so anything that they need to continue to work on, it will then allow them to work at that level to close gaps in those areas. It's an extremely powerful tool for teachers because then they know what they know, and they know where they need to work to reinforce extra practice. This will be utilized for intervention time to make intervention very prescriptive to student needs. It will also be able to be utilized on grade level to help reinforce the standards they're already teaching. And then if they need to accelerate, of course, they have that option as well. It also provides teacher resources, so if they're needing to print something to do an alignment to a standard that they need to do for interventions, the teacher doesn't have to go prep another lesson. They can actually go to a grade level aligned standard activity, print that, and then align that to hands-on work with like conceptual practice for math or for reading. It will cover all 4 core content areas, which is unlike the prior program. And being able to go to one program for all core subjects, it helps our new teachers that are coming on board having to learn so many different platforms to be able to work on one platform in all of those areas and learn how to pull reports, learn how to go from that data to action, and it helps just streamline the overall efficiency of using the programs at the teacher level. I feel like I'm forgetting something. The alignment to the standards is one of the most important pieces. It's also less expensive than what we have been investing in, so fiscally it's a very good move for us to go in that direction. And we've already had high schools reach out to us about, can we implement this as a pilot at the high school? We would really like to put this into action. So we're going to do some pilots first at the K through 8 level, and then we do have a few that would like to do that if we are able to get it approved. The vendor has allowed us a 90-day pilot if we do have high schools that would like to do that. 2 important pieces that this will connect to back to legislation that will be very user-friendly for the campuses. You've heard us reference House Bill 4545 and the mandates around that for interventions for students who were not successful on STAR. It's now Senate Bill 1416, and that is something that we still have to continue to document and monitor a certain number of hours in intervention aligned to standards that they are not quite mastered in. This program will track and monitor all time on the program in addition to standard mastery, so the campuses will be able to pull live reports to see how often they've been on, how many minutes of intervention they've been on, and then of course the teacher-facing part of it is extremely important because the programs don't do all the work, right? It does have the teacher part of it where they can then implement the actual instruction. The best part about the program is kids love it, and from our experiences, it is a gaming platform. It is designed by Texas-based educators for Texas standards, which we also love. But when the students get on the program, they have to answer the question correctly the first time to earn their star. And the star is what incentivizes them to earn more because the stars will allow them to personalize their rockets. They get boosters, they can customize their avatar that's within the program, and it makes it exciting for them because they're wanting to do more with that. But to accelerate through that, they want to get their answers right. In the event that they don't get it right the first time, it automatically launches into a video that is an explanation for reteaching. And so that way they have a live explanation. They do it on the screen for them and show them, like if they're doing place value, where they should have started, how they would line their numbers up, how they would then do computation. So it has that built-in piece that is a really big part for the students to be able to see where they might have missed the problem and have that error analysis to then do the problem again and then get that right the next time. So it's got multi-purposes, and we are excited at the possibilities of being able to put this into action in our classrooms. And I think I've answered, or I've got everything. If there's any questions, I would be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Brady?
Which program are we replacing with this?
This will replace Dreambox.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Derrick?
I think this is super exciting. I love that it connects with MAP, so we can use the data from MAP to really help focus in on where our students need growth. Explain to me the timeline. So we're only starting with a 90-day trial right now?
I'm sorry, that was my fault. So the 90-day trial is if the high school does want to implement, because they weren't a part of the original, they've already got some intervention programs in use, and like I said, we're trying to streamline using programs that are highly aligned to the standards and not having too many options. Because when we get on lots of different programs that have different scope and sequences, then we don't tend to get deep enough into one program for that full mastery. So high school already had some things that were devoted for them this year. This will be K through 8, which is the exact targeted age group that was using Dreambox originally. And so the difference would be where Dreambox was covering all math, this will cover all core content areas, but it has the unique feature of going up into the high school EOCs, as well as the TSI and PSAT and some other test prep things. And that's where I think the interest was sparked, as well as the campus that was interested really wanted to do a trial with their 9th graders and try to help close gaps for them coming in at the very, first year. And so that was exciting to see that, they were excited about that, but that is not in place at this time. It's just the K through 8 implementation that would replace what we're currently what has already expired.
Do we have a plan then of when the PD will be?
Yes, ma'am. So the initial plan we have is 2 pending board approval. We have 2 faculty meetings scheduled that would be a virtual training initially, so that teachers, they're asking, you know, kind of what might be coming. We want them to hear an overview of the program and what they can expect. So that will happen. There will be 2 options for the campuses to join in on what day fits the best for them, and that will be an hour of just kind of a quick overview. From that point, they have secured the date pending board approval on October the 6th, which is our scheduled PD day, and that would be a day that's already designated for half-day district training and half-day campus. So the idea would be that we would do the district training during the district allotted time for 2 hours or longer if needed, and the other part of the day that was designated for campus, they would then be able to dive into their data and actually put it into action, because map testing will be complete this week or going into next week. Robin Stout and her team have been amazing to help us go ahead and start pre-looking at what would be necessary for onboarding and getting this going up and running very quickly. And with that implementation, pending the board approval, we'll get that going. And then by the time the teachers are able to actually log in during training, they will actually have that data synced over, and they can already see where their kids are, what they know, how to create action plans, and go ahead and get that into action. So the timing, I think, will be really good with the staff development day already scheduled. And that is the current plan. And then, of course, ongoing supports as needed. From my experience, it's not a difficult program to use, and it's very easy for them to navigate. But when there are questions, the digital learning specialists are going to be trained as trainer of trainers. They've already seen a preview of this to start forward thinking on possible troubleshooting. The instructional coaches on campuses will also be trained as far as that support goes. And then continued support as we need to support them and how to look at reports and that type of thing.
Great, thank you. That's wonderful information, and the rollout plan sounds fabulous.
Yes. Thank
Any
you.
other comments, questions? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you. When you talk about pulling reports, so it gets the map information, and while the child is on there, it saves the data, and that's why it's easy to access reports?
So actually what happens, when they finish their map growth test, then that RIT score is calculated. And once the sync happens, it's literally like a button that's clicked, and it maps over virtually the RIT score over to the TEKS side, which is the standards that are inside of the program. And that RIT score will then tell them, based on that level of proficiency, where they have levels of mastery and where they need to continue to work. So to give you sort of a visual, what's really exciting about this, especially post-COVID when we saw a lot of gaps with students at different levels, if you're working on, say, 3rd grade level, that is your level of grade level standards. That is one side of the program that is always on grade level. So everything the teacher teaches all year long, it's standards mastery for 3rd grade. But sometimes you're not really on grade level in all those areas for 3rd grade math, and you might have a few missing holes in the 2nd grade strand of numeracy or the 2nd grade strand of maybe measurement and calculation. That's not easily notified at the grade level side because you just see that they don't quite know how to do TEK 3.5. But what happens is, because the RIT score talks over to the intervention side of the program, they have a visual of seeing what galaxy do they need to work in to truly close that gap. So now if they need to pop down to 2nd grade and fill that gap on fractions, then they pop back up to grade level fractions because they filled that hole. So it's a very intuitive program, and it's really easy to use, and the students, you know it's a win when intrinsically they say to the teacher, is it time for us to get on Education Galaxy? Because they truly love to be on the program. Sometimes you have to monitor that they're not on it too much because they really do want to get on it. But it does have capabilities of at home. So if a student wants to go home and they're just intrinsically motivated to work from home and have the features through a phone or an iPad or a laptop to do that, they can work on it as often as they want to. So it really is a great program for either supporting at home or at school for grade level or below, or even in a gifted classroom if it was for acceleration.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms. Holcomb.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to add on to what Mr. Shackman said on 5N about monitoring progress, love to see kind of the progress as things go along and see what the data is looking like with the usage
Absolutely.
as we look forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Eldridge, do we have any other administrative reports?
I think that's all for pre-meeting.
Okay. So with that item, we'll move to item number 4. Board members, do you have any additional questions regarding consent agenda items? Ms. Herbacek?
I have questions on item 5R, the purchase of equipment and installation services for PA systems. And I'd gotten some responses and information already, but I just had a long drive today and thought of some clarifying. It's my understanding that we have this, it's being presented for possible action because at one of our campuses, the PA system is not working. How long has that system not been working?
It's my understanding that that was discovered after the school year began this year.
Okay, and that this is an issue with integration with other systems of ours? Which systems?
The head-end systems, it's like the speakers, the installation speakers, and then the microphone speakers. The wiring is essentially, in a nutshell, it's not connecting the materials that are projecting the sound and receiving the sound. The cross between the two, it's the wiring that's interfering with that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Board members, any additional questions on consent agenda items? Ms. Benavides?
So on that line, will the new PA system wiring work with it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's gonna basically connect it to make it where it's functioning.
thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. I'll just note that I will be pulling item 5O, just to recuse myself from that. And then with that, if there are no other comments and questions, board members, we have reached the end of the agenda for this pre-meeting, and we are adjourned at 5:31 p.m. I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District Board of Trustees to order at 7 p.m. on September 7th, 2023. Board members, district staff members, and members of the audience, you are free to join me in standing as Reverend Willie Rainwater of the Christ Community Connection provides a message, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Randy Shackman, and the Pledge to the Texas flag, led by Carolyn Benavides.
Good evening. If you would you bow your heads? We're going to thank the Lord for so many wonderful blessings. He's been so grateful to us for so many years. Oh, Father God, we just want to say to you today that we thank you for so much you've done for us. We thank you, Lord God, for your love that you've given us. Sometimes we try to run away, but you continue to love us. Oh God, we want to continue to thank you, Lord God, for your mercy. You've had mercy upon us many times, and we just thank you for it, and we love you for it, Lord God. Father, we ask you to continue to bless this community, Lord. Ask you, oh Lord God, to bless this school district. Ask you, oh Lord God, to bless the leaders of the school district and board members and superintendents and teachers, Lord God, and those working for the district, Lord. We ask you to keep your hand up on them, Lord. We ask you, Father God, to bless these young kids that are going around here in our community, Lord, and need you. Some are hurting, some are lonesome, Father, some don't know the way. But Father God, we ask you to continue to bless them. Ask you to guide them, give them knowledge, and give them wisdom, Father God. Give them direction, oh Lord. We thank you this morning, tonight, Lord. We ask you to continue to bless our superintendent, Lord. Lead her and give her knowledge and wisdom and understanding. Give her direction, oh Lord. Cover her in safety, Lord. Give her strength, Lord, to lead this community, Lord. And we thank you and we praise you. Just want to say thank you. You've done so much for us. You're not finished with us, and we thank you, Lord. Bless us, Lord. Let your blessing be upon everyone here tonight. Those are sick, heal tonight, Lord. Touch now. We thank you and we praise you. Amen and amen.
Thank you, Reverend Rainwater. Well, it's still hot outside, in case you didn't know. But we are here in September and starting the school year with a great excitement. And we thank you all for joining us tonight. And we're looking forward to the resignation. My words just not come out. We're looking forward to the recognition. I apologize. The recognition of our students and staff members tonight. So thank you so much for joining us tonight. As a district, we dedicate all of our efforts and resources to the goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all deliberations, decisions, and actions. You will get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with the exception of some items which may be discussed in closed sessions, as stipulated in the Texas Government Code, Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Law. These items typically deal with personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, and real estate. For the record, board members present are Tara Herbachik, Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Before moving on to the next agenda item, I would like to remind you that the board will accept comments from citizens of the district and district employees. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. When the board addresses agenda item number 3, audience for guests, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. Next is agenda item number 2, special presents and recognitions. So item 2A, recognitions. I'll turn it over to Ms. Parnell.
Good evening, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. And I would like to ask Ms. Hatfield and Dr. Eldridge to come forward, please. And we are excited tonight to begin our recognitions by congratulating our Newman Smith High School improv team. The group's name is the Carb Batter Bonds, and they won first place at the Destination Imagination Globals Tournament. This is the group's second world championship. The group competed against 85 teams from 38 states and 14 countries at the tournament. Their first place finish in the Showdown Improvisation Challenge earned the highest score ever in the DI Team Challenge. The students on the team were Scotty Brady, Quentin Massey, Caitlin McKinley, Reed Sherman, and Elliot Robinson, who has since graduated. So students, if you'll please come forward, we'd like to congratulate you and get a group shot photo of you. And I know we have some proud parents here as well. Do y'all want to come for a quick photo? You're welcome to come up for a quick photo. Next, we are excited to introduce 2 of our teachers from Carrollton Elementary School. And if y'all would please come to the podium, they have a special recognition for our teachers. Okay, Dean, I have to get you to get this.
Hi, good evening. My name is Becky Wall, and I teach at Carrollton Elementary 4th grade math, and I earned the distinction of Master Teacher from the Teacher Incentive Allotment.
Good evening, I'm Diana Romo. I'm a 3rd grade bilingual teacher at Carrollton Elementary. I earned a master designation for the Teacher Incentive Allotment. The purpose of this program was created to award teacher excellence.
We're proud to share with you that during the 2021-22 school year, there were 970 teachers eligible for a TIA designation, representing 57% of classroom teachers. CFB had 188 TIA designated teachers this past school year. The range of TIA payout awarded to teachers is based on their designations, which are either recognized, exemplary, or master, and their campus assignment during the 2022-23 school year.
Tonight, we are proud to announce that over $1.9 million was awarded to 188 teachers at 35 campuses. Due to a large volume of teachers receiving a designation, we will share their names on our district website. Congratulations to all of our teachers earning a designation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to our students and to all of our teachers earning that designation and that additional incentive. We're extremely proud of how hard our teachers are working for students, and this recognition really shows the determination and efforts that they're putting in. So thank you so much. Next up, we have, and thank you, Ms. Parnell also. We have item 2B, which is trustees reports. Board members, would any like to share a report from over this last month? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you. I just want to say welcome back, everybody, and thank you for being on time. I visited campuses, and it is progressively improved. I took my little chihuahua one day to Dan F. Long, and all the kids had gone into the cafeteria, and he snuck in there, and it was a great surprise. And I thought, see what happens when you get to school on time? So it was great. Thank y'all so much for your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Benavides. Other board members? Mr. Shackman?
I had the privilege a week ago of being invited by our early college high school program, which the campus meets on the old Brookhaven College campus. It's Dallas College now. They invited me to their parent night open house. They are doing a fabulous job, but there were three things about that night that just impressed me so much. The turnout was phenomenal, and the number of parents who were there and the parent engagement in that evening was great. The faculty and staff out there in blazing hot sunshine serving families from our community was awesome. And the enthusiasm for the program that awards college degrees to our kids, it was great. And it was super to be at ECHS.
Wonderful. Ms. Brady?
Talking with a parent who's also a friend, through her tears, was very grateful to the district and to the board for approving Gaggle. So she attributes it to saving her daughter's life. So the good things we do, we get to hear back.
Thank you. Ms. Derrick?
I want to celebrate something that I witnessed last Friday night at the Battle of Carrollton, which was the football game between Newman Smith. The Newman Smith Trojans sitting on this front row are a little bit excited. They have no idea where I'm going with this. Newman Smith versus Creekview High School. The very cool thing that I witnessed was we had students from our 4 traditional high schools all together sitting in an area in the student section together celebrating a football game for our district. And I thought that was just the coolest thing to witness. They had so much fun. They were there to support each other. It really wasn't about who was playing against each other. It was they were all there together to have fun, and we really were one big family. And I mean, it made me really, really happy to see that we all can come together. And then I will go ahead and give a shout out to the Newman Smith Trojans who won that game.
Right. I'll give mine. I visited River Chase in the morning and opened car doors, and I was just so impressed that every single student that came out of a car door was greeted by a staff member. There were about 10 staff members out there opening car doors, and they were rotating through and seeing the kids being greeted with a smile, and some of them, their hand was being held all the way to the door and making sure they're getting in the building safely. And so it's just really heartwarming to see the cheerfulness even at 7 a.m. and 7:10 a.m. greeting students. And then I did not stay all day and do dismissal, but I saw a picture on social media of all of the teachers wearing these rainbow hats to shade them from the sun. And so at that moment, I was also thankful that in the afternoon, those teachers were still there to make sure the kids got home safely. And what a creative idea to help keep the sun off them. So, any other board members have any reports? Ms. Garza-Rojas?
Sorry about that. So I've been able to visit my campuses, and it's been amazing. All the love, everything your teachers pour into your kids is such a beautiful thing. And to be able to witness that firsthand has been such a blessing to me. I do want to say that I visited Turner, and they have a cosmetology open house community day or night on September 14th from 9 to 4. I am so excited. I went ahead and signed myself up, and my daughter, who's 5, she's going to get her hair done, and we're going to do something and support our high school. And so if you have time and you can go, I would love to see you guys there too.
Thank you. Any other board members? All right. With that, thank you very much, board members. It's exciting to hear what's going on in the community. And next we have district announcements. Dr. Eldridge?
Okay, lots going on. It's such an exciting time of the year. Thank goodness I checked the weather and it's going to be cooler next week, so it'll be even better to watch football. I want to thank Reverend Rainwater. We had a great meeting yesterday about building our community, so Brian also attended, and our community person, Katrina. So lots of good things happening there. Today was our Innovation Academy, and Ms. Benavides and Mr. Shackman stopped by, and our teachers are learning how to be more innovative in instruction. So I think that's exciting. September 15th, we start Hispanic Heritage Month. So I will have a list of all the events that are happening at our campuses for each of you to want to attend. I also want to tell everybody that Sunday is Grandparents' Day. And it's such a great, I was very close to my grandmother. And so I want to thank Communications, because we have now started on our website a grandparents page. And we will be sending that out so that we can also invite people to our events, One Big Family. And grandparents also can come to the central office to get an Advantage card, and they can get in all of our events for free. So we want to really promote our family. So look, we'll be sending that link out to everybody. So lots of good things happening. So
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. It's very exciting to have and welcoming our grandparents to the One Big Family to really engage in the activities we have in the district for our students and families. So with that, next we have agenda item 2D, update from PTA. Ms. Castillo?
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield and Dr. Eldridge and all the trustees. I appreciate being here. I'm Cindy Castillo, and I am your Council PTA President for the 2023-2024 school year. I want to just remind everybody that PTA has a very important mission, and that is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. This year, our Council PTA goals include providing meaningful program discussion and topics for delegate meetings, obtaining 100% of local PTA meetings, meeting the standard of continuing affiliation with Texas PTA, increasing our district membership, and recruiting Council PTA leadership for the coming years. This year, we're off to a fantastic PTA year. To date, we have 19 PTAs in active status, 10 PTAs in good standing. District-wide, we have 4,133 members, all in the first month. 14 of our PTAs have earned the Head Start Award by obtaining 75% of last year's member total in the month of August. We also have 7 PTAs that have already earned the September and October awards at over 100% of last year's membership. Country Place Elementary has also achieved a Platinum Voice for Every Child Award with over 100% membership compared to their enrollment. This is their second year in a row for this award. We have 5 PTAs that remain in restructure status. Council is committed to helping each of these schools rebuild their PTAs. 3 of these campuses will be holding PTA elections in the next 2 weeks and will be well on their way to the road to success. Last month, Council PTA held a local leader kickoff extravaganza. With 40 local leaders representing 17 PTAs, we covered a lot of PTA ground in a fun and non-traditional ways. Here's a look at the reflections part of the program. We asked each of our PTAs, each of our groups, to provide an entry relative to each of the reflections categories, of which there are 6. This first group had music composition. These are a little bit hard to see, but basically they wrote lyrics to a song, and we allowed them to use pre-recorded music because they're not musicians, but we wanted them to have an idea of the strength that their students need to build their own entry into these programs. So we had the entry in music composition. I'm going to try to arrow this.
Can we get 1 second to make sure we can get it on the screen for you?
Oh, okay. Hit something or other. sheet of music, and their lyrics are on there, but we didn't have a very good picture of this. So that was music composition. And how to go to the next page. Doesn't want the page. We also had a group compete in photography. Well, now we're having trouble here. And actually, this picture was taken outside, and you can't see it, but they used a cup of water and made little raindrops fall on their little PTA men. It was really, really, the picture itself was way better than what I could get on the screen. Then we had visual arts for the early grades. Now, in the early grades, there's a division in categories. So we don't expect our little ones to be able to be totally artistic. So they're invited to use their art and also creativeness by using cut and paste styles or other props on their visual arts entry along with it. So this group cut and pasted from magazines words that were important to them relative to PTA and the Reflections motto this year. Then we also had the visual arts upper grades. They were not allowed the cut and paste style, so they had to use their imagination. These were much better in person, but I wanted to give you an idea of what your PTAs are doing, to help encourage their schools and campuses to participate in this program. And we also had an entry in literature, and this group actually made their entry half in English and half in Spanish, which was very, very effective. And our final group had dance choreography. And hopefully we can get the sound to work for this. And they'll shoot me tomorrow.
Leaders, there's no need to feel down, he said leaders. Pick yourself off the ground, he said leaders. 'Cause you're in a new year, there's no need to be unhopeful. Leaders, there's a place you can go, he said leaders. When you're short on your hope, you can stay here. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. Clap your hands. We're hopeful for the PTA. We're hopeful for the PTA. Ooh, this is cute. Woohoo! They put that together in less than 30 minutes.
Which was the truth. So we gave each group extra credit for keeping PTA in their entry, and the final group was the winner of our Little Reflections contest at our local leader kickoff. So I wanted to let you know that the National PTA Reflections Contest is ready to kick off. This year's theme is I'm Hopeful Because. The Council PTA Reflections Chair will be holding a virtual learning session on Wednesday, September 13th for all campuses that would like to participate. A reminder to you that membership is open to all. You can join any local PTA at joinpta.org. If you would like to show extra support, you can join multiple PTAs through the Council PTA website store. Here, you can join all 36 PTAs at once or a feeder pattern of your choice. This will save you money and joinpta.org processing fees. Please join a PTA today. While you're out there visiting your campuses, please remember to recognize the PTAs for the incredible hard work they do, especially at the beginning of this school year. Now that they have established their membership, many are holding their first events, such as membership meetings. If you are a member of a local PTA, I encourage you to attend the PTA meetings and events and see their work firsthand. The PTA board members truly have a heart for volunteerism and our children. Thanks for having us today.
Clearly, our PTA leaders have some great creativity, so we really appreciate everything you all have done to kick off the school year and know it's going to be a great, successful year because of the partnership we have with PTAs here in CFB. So thank you again for joining us tonight and sharing this great information. So at this time, we're going to actually take a brief recess. I've been asked to take a short recess so we can take a little break. So we're going to have a 7-minute recess, and we're going to come back at 7:32. After this, we'll continue with our agenda, and you're welcome to stay as long as you like and join us for the evening. Thank you.
When they're put on the spot.
Right, yeah, no, it's fine.
We're just gonna do it on one screen, because we've got like 7 presentations.
Oh, okay.
So it'll just be easier.
Yeah, if you want to just keep it, that's totally fine. I mean, however you want to do it. And then once they're done, I can change it. If we prefer to have it, you know, the way that it was extended versus.
No, so now when this is done, we're able to just click on their presentation and it's gonna go straight here. And just open it up from there.
So you're on duplicate now. So what you see here is what you see there. When you're on extend, you can see the desktop here and then the blank desktop off to the side. But I mean, the duplicate screen is fine. I mean.
One day.
Yeah, and then it'll just go into presentation mode and it'll pop right up. Good? Okay. Hey, no, I like it. I'm a pen and paper kind of guy.
Always good to be busy.
10 minutes per.
Okay, we are back at 7:33. The next agenda item is number 3, audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. Ms. Canada, I have a few here. Do you have any additional ones? Okay. So before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling audience for guests. Anyone interested in speaking in person during audience for guests must have completed a form and listed the topic they wish to discuss prior to the start of the meeting. Each speaker will be allowed to speak once during audience for guests and will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board, dictated by board policy BED local. Because the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible while also keeping the meeting running efficiently, groups of more than 5 people who want to present a particular viewpoint on a topic should appoint one person to speak on behalf of their group. Please remember that the board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda for this meeting. Board members will listen to comments but will not respond or answer questions. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. The timer will be shown on the screen in front of you and will begin when you arrive at the podium to speak. Again, the speaker's presentation will be limited to 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Terry Lynn.
Good evening. I'm Terry Lynn. I'm Mayor of Farmers Branch, and I'm here this evening to convey my support from the people of Farmers Branch for the wonderful job that Dr. Eldridge and her staff are doing in our city. We believe in the direction that Dr. Eldridge has taken our school district. I have spoken to a number of teachers who are genuinely excited to be working in the district. But not everyone is on the same page and shares the vision of empowering scholars to acquire lifelong knowledge, skills, and values that prepare them to compete in the world marketplace while contributing to their community. And that's on your website. Unfortunately, there's been some noise lately, not only directed at Dr. Eldridge and the administrative staff, but also ultimately at parents and finally students. Shame on anyone that would choose to use their elected position to give an ounce of credibility to an anonymous mailer seeking to bring down our district or any individual. Shame on anyone who chooses to hide behind a false narrative and use race as a shield. Our school district serves many different races and ethnicities. Our focus should be on providing the best learning opportunities to our children who will be our future business leaders and elected representatives. There's so many opportunities offered through this school district to prepare kids for the future, and many more than when I went to school. I'm really jealous of that, but I'm glad that these kids today have that opportunity. Let's leave the politics out of the classroom, unless you decide to bring back teaching civics, which I have told Dr. Eldridge that I would love to speak to kids about. But we as adults need to be focusing on teaching children the ABCs and how to have conversations to resolve differences, to learn that there are other points of view, and that everyone is entitled to their point of view. Those who choose to make their arguments solely based about race are truly ignorant in my mind, and just like the anonymous mailer that has been circulated, will not receive any credibility from me, and hopefully not from you either. So Dr. Eldridge, thank you. Keep up the good work. Keep moving our district forward. Keep challenging our kids to be the best they can be. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn, for sharing your perspective. The administration will be contacting you to discuss the information you presented. Our next speaker is Willie Rainwater.
I'm Willie Rainwater, this is Juanita Rainwater. We live at 2006 Southern Oaks in Carrollton, Texas. I heard him say, he's made a few statements about race, and I'm here to say a few words about race too. I'm here to get your support. I want to read this right here for just a few minutes. It said, Negro high school students stepped off the school bus at Carrollton to enter R.L. Turner High School, the first school in the Dallas area to integrate its classes. School office said approximately 35 Negroes entered in the former form of all-white high school. So I'm here to ask you all to, I've met with the city of Carrollton. They agreed. These students this year is 60 years of celebrating. Students had opportunity to enter white school, all white school district, Carrollton, Texas. And it might not mean much to you guys because you're not black or you're not a Negro. See, I was a Negro when I first started school, and I turned black in color. But we asking y'all, let's come together and give appreciation from January to February of the black community. And these black students that's actually they're still living, that stepped off that bus at R.L. Turner. Many of us have, the Rainwater family led a suit, a group of people downtown to sue the white folks here in Carrollton. When I was coming up, my first time I came to a board, Mr. Smith's high school, Mr. Smith asked me, what do you want? So, Mr. Smith, R.L. Turner, them guys was on the board. And I sued was against Mr. Smith because he was a superintendent. A lot of people don't know that. But I'm going to quit now, but I'm asking the president of this board, let's contact me or let me contact her and get together and come up with something. We need to start to recognize and appreciate these people. Like myself, I'm the one taking the old people downtown. We could have got killed. And all the difficult stuff here in Carrollton, white folks are doing to us, burn crosses in our yard. So somewhere we need to take time out. See, can we bring these ones still living back? And we talked to the city, we asking you guys now to be tenderhearted enough and caring. I'm finna quit.
Thank you, Mr. Rainwater.
Yes, ma'am. We suffer so much. So I'm gonna ask you to be tenderhearted and be godly, and let's come together and do something, please.
Thank you, Mr. Rainwater, for sharing
ma'am.
your perspective. The administration will be contacting you to discuss what you shared. Thank you. So our next agenda item is number 4, non-action items for discussion, and we will start with item 4A, the Educational Foundation update. Ms. Wald.
Good evening, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and esteemed board members. It is nothing short of a joy and a privilege to be here this evening on behalf of the CFB Educational Foundation. We thank you for your support. Tonight, I am excited to get our slideshow going, and I am excited to share some information about the 2022-23 year in review. We'll share some facts and figures, a couple of plans, and we've got an exciting example of one of our grant recipients. A quick bit, the Educational Foundation was founded in 1997 We have awarded well over $2 million in grants and scholarships since our inception. We were founded on 4 principles. The first of those is to provide support when there are no local funds, federal funds, or state funds available. Second, we're a catalyst and we're a conduit for our giving community to support CFB ISD. Number 3, we include all schools in the CFB ISD in our giving all schools an opportunity to receive funds. And lastly, we provide a perpetual source of funds. I think it is important to share that we are completely volunteer driven. We have 1 employee, me, and it is because of the leadership of this exciting, passionate group of leaders that we're able to bring you the news of this evening. So we've got some members of the board here in the audience, and I'd ask you to quickly stand. Board members, please stand. Please stand. And audience, if you'd give them a quick round of applause. These are volunteers. These are volunteers. This is a working board. Every committee member, every person on this board has a job. They take a project. They lead a project. It is powerful, and they are very, very passionate about the work that we do to bring programs and services to CFB ISD. A quick snapshot of our financials, thank you. A quick shot of our financials. You see 3 graphs. The first of those represents the type of donors, the individual or type of donors that we have. And you can see there are 3 colors. In red, that represents the largest category of our donors by donor type. 37% of our donors in this past fiscal year are individual donors. So those are legacy donors. Those are community members. We are very, very, very honored and pleased and proud to have with us those donors alongside us to complete our mission. 34%, roughly $68,172 are from corporate donors and businesses, and $59,228 come from our own employees. That they are vested in us. We are grateful to have such support. The second chart that you're seeing in the center gives you an idea, kind of a visual of our donors by fund type. So in the red, that represents 37% represents donors who tell us, here's how, you are welcome to use the funds as you see fit, 37%. 63% of our donors tell us, here is how we would like you to use those funds. These are undesignated and designated numbers. The third chart, the third graph shows you our assets, our available assets in 2 large categories, $977,893 in the Dallas Foundation. These are our endowed accounts, $509,186 in our traditional banking money market and CD accounts. How do we support? This year, the CFB Educational Foundation supported the students of CFB directly and indirectly to the tune of $228,908. That is touching the lives of 20,536 of our students, for a total of 82% of our students. I would just say this is an increase over our level of support from last year. So roughly a 25% increase, 24.9% increase in our level of support. We are only able to do this because of our donors, and we're so grateful. The chart on the right gives you an idea, a visual of how those funds break down. The first category, if you're following the legend along the bottom, student scholarships this past year represented 89,600. We touched the lives of 56 students. The category in red is a new program for us, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But this is our strategic mission funding. We supported with 62,117. The third category are big, innovative grants and Impact Now grants totaling $50,486, touching the lives of 13,375 students. And our last category, but certainly not our least, is the CFB Giving House, where we were able to support with $26,705 for the CFB Giving House. Again, this is an increase over our level of support last year, and we are honored to be able to support in this magnitude. The next three slides give you a snapshot of kind of a brief overview, and I know the writing is small. We're trying to get it all on one slide. But the first category are our innovative grants from last year. We awarded 12 innovative grants from throughout the school district. That's open to all CFB employees. The smaller writing represents our Frank Shore Impact Now funding. Literally over 60 Impact Now grants were awarded this past year. This is a huge accomplishment for us, and we are so proud to be able to bring this to our school district. I've got a little video in a minute that will you'll be able to see one of our grants in action. That second category, those mission-specific grants, those strategic grants, this is in a word. In a word, it is all about relevance. The Educational Foundation leaders said, Donna, we have needs in the school district that our two grant categories aren't meeting. How can we become more relevant? Always creative, they said, we've got it. We'll create a third category. This will help us move that needle farther. These are our book vending machines. These are the Moot Court Mock Trial Initiative. We've got some select professional development that is included, and we've got an exciting new partnership with the CFB Retired School Personnel Association that we were able to launch this fall. We're so excited and so thrilled. Our last impact slide is our flagship program, our CFB scholarships, our foundation scholarships. And this past year, we awarded $89,600 in scholarships to 56 students. Those amounts range from $250 to $5,000. We're honored and excited to be able to support in this way. As I promised, we've got an exciting video.
Being part of the dance company here at Creeview High School has motivated me to stay on top of my grades, be a better student, be a leader throughout the school, not just here in the dance studio.
What I like about Folklorico is that I get to be myself, and I really get to interact with the new company members and get to enjoy time with them, teach them new dances.
Being a part of the company has made me become a better person and a better leader, and it has opened up a lot more opportunities going into college, and it has helped me with academics.
Isn't that special? We're so excited that we were able to fund the Folklorico with funding for new shoes. I'll rest here and conclude this presentation. We thank you so very much for your support. We have donors in this audience. We thank you so much for your support. We are not able to do what we do without your support. We are honored, we are humbled, and we are so excited to continue our service. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Walden. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Garza Rojas?
I love your passion.
Aw,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
This is you've done an amazing job. This is beautiful. So thank you very much for
Thank
this
you.
presentation.
Thank you.
What are some of the initiatives you see for following school year?
One of the pieces that we're looking at driving out this next year, drum roll, is an alumni group. It's been on our radar. We've been waiting until we can get those pieces in place, and we are excited to roll that out. Of course, additionally, our book vending machines and our literacy initiatives are a big deal with us. We started the book vending machine as an innovative grant. We had a donor that came forward and said, look, have you heard of these things? We'd like to sponsor one. And we were able to do that. We're up to 6 book vending machines in our schools. These are literal machines, and I invite you, please, if you would like a tour or a demonstration or a meet and greet with the machine, please let me know. Please let me know. We are thrilled to do this. We literally walked across the street with the donor yesterday, trudging outside, and he was just amazed. It's so powerful. We're continuing our collaboration with other groups, and that's a huge piece for us. So be on the look, a little teaser, be on the look for some exciting news in October.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wald. I was actually at the Innovation Academy today, and there were some teachers eyeing some things, and they were having this strategic conversation. It was very interesting. They were talking about maybe they could get their administrator to buy these, but they felt like they needed a really good proposal and a cause for why this was so important to them. And so I was wondering if we have a teacher that's looking for something, what can we as board members say to get them connected with the right people?
Ask anyone who's interested to please reach out to me at my email address. We're hosting a virtual training. I'm pleased and thrilled. Dr. Stout and I launched a fireside chat without the fire this spring, and we are having our second iteration next Tuesday night. It's a virtual meeting, and we would love anyone to join us. It's open to all employees. We want innovation, we need innovation, and we know there's an opportunity for us to fund innovation.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Wald, and thank you to the entire board and their volunteerism and the work that they do to make this foundation continue to blossom and grow and really support our students and staff. So we appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next agenda item is 4B, the CCMR and college courses update. Ms. Gillen?
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and esteemed board members. Before I begin, I would like to ask for my colleagues to stand. Aurora, Lynn, Melanie, Dr. Chapman. They are the heart of this program and the work with our students, and I wanted for them to be recognized. Thank you. Visualize to achieve. We want our students to visualize what they want to happen for their future. Think back to when you were planning a college or career choice and what you wanted your livelihood to look like. What were your dreams and aspirations? Did opportunities exist at that time? Were you advocated for? Did you have an advocate? How did you navigate the process? In our district, we want our students to visualize their dreams, and the way we do this is through opportunities. starting with a vision, can help achieve the results. In 2019, a committee of 63 individuals participated in a collaborative group to focus on high priorities in the district. Tonight, I will highlight 2 objectives from the collaborative vision. The first objective is to highlight proposed specialized classes for middle school students to have an idea of what they want to be in the future and to guide high school planning. The CCMR team focuses on students and parents becoming proficient in what it means to be college, career, and military ready. Middle school is where the student vision develops. This year, we added a CCE course for college career exploration in the 8th grade. Students have the opportunity to do long-range planning and make choices for their future. They can do this through the CCE class, through AVID, and also through advisory lessons. Because this is our first year to implement the CCE class across all middle school campuses, we plan to conduct a survey to give students a voice about their experience to further offerings. This next picture was taken in a CCE class. Zello is the platform for middle and high school students, as well as parents, to access 24/7 career exploration and to help facilitate conversations about college and career readiness. So that's an example of what we do for our middle school students, but what are we doing for all of our students? Career exploration begins in elementary school. Counselors lead guidance lessons developed for elementary students to receive CCMR support. This slide is a great visual of many district offerings. Just to name a few, we have Pause in Jobland for elementary. We have 6th through 12th advisory lessons and a myriad of assessments for our high school students. Next, our CCMR guides, both in English and Spanish, are available to elementary, middle, and high school families. They are available online under the CCMR department. Your school counselor is a great resource to access these guides and provide support. We know that informing and preparing students to take assessments is an important aspect of CCMR. The multiple informational nights we host further support the visualization of what will I do after I graduate. We are excited about offering a summer SAT course, a SAT Canvas course, and we will soon be rolling out Zello methodized SAT prep to campuses, beginning with AVID. The second objective from CV 2030 is to educate families and staff about programs and opportunities that are available in CFB that will engage their interests and increase learning opportunities. But along with this priority, how many parents can relate to their child looking like this? In order to help our parents and students who know how daunting this process can be, we are focused on the vision to educate, communicate, and guide parents by providing resources. One of the real tasks at hand is tackling FAFSA. Did you know that our deans and counselors create individualized meetings with parents and students to assist with college financial aid? Now for a little data. We know that Dallas County Promise makes paying for college more accessible by removing financial barriers. Look at the completion rates. We increased by 4%. What a celebration to see CFB continue to lead the way among surrounding districts. 84% of our seniors submitted the FAFSA, and that does not even include the TASFA applications. We know that when students complete the FAFSA and their parents have played a role in that, they are more likely to continue with their education. As you have seen, CFB is at the top of the charts in terms of FAFSA percentages. Our team has worked hard to inform our students and families through social media. This summer, our reach has increased by 40%. Last year, it was exciting to see our parents pictured here at the Senior Summer Seminar and College Night, where they had the opportunity to engage with colleges and military branches. Speaking of college preparation, since our presentation last spring, take a look at the ways we have expanded our dual credit program as referenced on the screen. We continue to work on our comprehensive plan. It's a work in progress. A dual credit handbook is in development with input from Dallas College team members, CFB administrators, counselors, and teachers. We have a new dual credit coordinator, Dr. Ruth Shackman, who is very passionate about her work and exploring new opportunities with us. An example of some of the other opportunities in dual credit would be our Fire Academy students who will do their junior and senior year at NCTC. You will see pictured here our very own students participating in some of our dual credit opportunities. You can see the Law Academy, our Biomed Academy, and in the future, our Fire Academy. Every child needs an advocate. Every parent needs a partner. When you have this support, you can prepare for the future, reach goals, and visualize opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. Board members, any questions or comments about the presentation? Ms. Garza Rojas.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I do have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
So you said there's CCE classes that have started. Who's handling that class? Is it a separate class, or is it under somebody else? Or?
Yes, at all of our middle schools, it's an elective teacher,
Okay.
so it's an elective course. But we know that in the 8th grade, all of our students have to have a PGP, a personal graduation plan. And so we are doing that through this CCE class, through AVID classes, which is also an elective,
Okay.
and then through advisory lessons.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to go back a couple of slides. I think it was a pause in Jobland.
Yes.
I'm curious to know what that is, because I think that's for elementary kids.
Yes.
It's on slide 7. But I wasn't sure if that's
The little
what,
blue
yes,
picture right there?
what is
Yes,
that?
one. So that's a program
Okay.
that we have online for students. Teachers can access it, counselors use it for guidance, and it's in our elementary schools. It's their first blush with CCMR, all the opportunities that they have for college, career. It sets that tone early on so they start speaking the language. They understand what an SAT is. They understand what industry partners look like. All the things that we want them to learn early on as they go through our schools.
So is it a game, or is it a program, or?
It's a program. It
It's a
has some
program.
games. It has some opportunities for them to explore things. Yes, it has a
Okay.
lot of wonderful, wonderful opportunities in it.
Okay. I have 2 more questions, sorry.
Okay, no.
Parent engagement. I was intrigued by that because I'm curious how we're providing that to our families. Like, is this information that's also provided in Spanish? And then how do we go to our families? Like, do we invite them to come to us, or do we just send our information out to them?
Right. And because we want parents to know what we're doing, have those opportunities, and be able to access it, we do it in multiple ways. So
Okay.
we'll have things online We will have things in person. We're going to try this year to do a few things during the day and also at night, so
Okay.
that we can see what works best for parents that work or are at home. So we have multiple opportunities through English and Spanish so that parents can be engaged in learning about CCMR and all the opportunities that their student can access.
Okay. And I have one more question. Do you think you can provide us data on the students that are taking the dual credit? So are they AP students? Are they emergent bilinguals? Anything to that aspect of it?
We will be gathering that this school year, so it's a little early. Students have just recently registered, and so we will get that. I can get that information to you.
Okay.
We want it accessible to all students, and so that's what we're working so hard on. Is really Dr. Chapman will be meeting with individual students and families to help really move that work and those opportunities. A lot of times, hand-holding is the best measure.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Additional questions, Ms. Brady?
Me first.
Mr.
Okay,
Shackman,
hold
Ms.
on.
Brady? You rock, paper, scissors.
Called me
Come on.
first. I just want to give a shout out to your department. I was on a part of the senior WebEx last night, senior parent WebEx, that I'll tell you lasted an hour and 35 minutes. There was so much information. But the ladies that were handling it on the WebEx spoke as slowly as they could. They answered questions along the way. It was wonderful. Lots of vocabulary. If you weren't familiar with the college process, just even a little bit, it's a lot of information. I just want to give a shout out. They did a great job. It was very long. Parents were, engaging not only verbally but with the chat. It was available in both Spanish and English. And with the reminders, the 55 reminders that y'all send to make sure that we jump on.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes,
Awesome.
the 55 reminders.
55
You
reminders,
are
and I had
right.
to remind my son again, myself. So, yeah. So he was on it, but it was great. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Shackman?
The reference to the CTE courses in middle school, are those going for every student at this point, or are we going to cycle through?
For the CCE class?
Yeah.
So we just started it. And so our hope is this year we'll kind of work out the kinks, and then next year we'll have more students in the class. But the goal really was to get it started, get students interested. We'll be doing a lot of recruiting and talking to the students about how wonderful that course could be for them. It is a semester course, so I think more and more students will know about it and be able to have that opportunity in the spring.
Great. Thank you.
Board members, any additional questions? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to go back to the pause for just a moment. The jobs that are shown to the children or the future possibilities, is that based on what we offer in the district, or just A through Z, what's out there, and you can become anything you'd like?
That's a great question. We use the most recent data for our area and also across the country. So we know that jobs are new every day, right? So through this program, they update it frequently. But what we want our students to know is they can be or do anything that they want to. And so how do you go about that? How do you navigate that? And that's what we want our parents to be comfortable with also, because it is a hard process. My daughter's going through it right now with my 4th grade granddaughter, and just working through what they're doing in their school. And so it's a lot of information. But as far as the careers and the jobs that we introduce them to, it's not just the typical careers that you and I were introduced to. It's a lot of interesting things: robotics, engineering for both males and females, just all sorts of careers and jobs.
That's awesome. Thank you.
I have a question about the dual credit opportunities. I know I may be dating myself a little bit, because back in the day when I graduated, it was all about getting your basics through dual credit. So I took my English, I took my social study, I took all those in my senior and junior year and got 18 hours and started as a 18 hours in.
Right.
But you were highlighting tonight was the dual credit opportunities around CCMR. So I'm just curious, I know we talked about staffing last year and really bringing on Dr. Chapman and really growing into more dual credit opportunities. But where are we with moving forward with using our internal staff for dual credit versus using college professors at a university? Kind of where are we at in all that?
Yes. So we still do that very dual credit that you're referring to, and that's part of the comprehensive plan where we'll offer English, math, science, social studies, those basic core dual credit courses so that students can go to a university and those will transfer. But also there are dual credit opportunities through CTE. Yes. So where we are with kind of building both of those out is looking at the staff that we currently have and who can teach that. And so Dr. Chapman has run a query looking at who has master's degrees, if it matches what we need to teach, what opportunities we have. But we're also going to continue to use professors from the Dallas College and also have facilitators at our campuses that will still offer online dual credit classes. So it's just kind of a mixture of a lot of things as we move forward with the planning and the creating of what we want to do.
Great,
Does
thank
that
you.
answer? Okay.
Yes. Board members, any other questions or comments? Ms. Benavides?
I wanted to ask about the Zello. How do you communicate that? Or did somebody already ask that? I can remember.
No, yeah.
Okay, and then if we wanted to engage the community and share that, how do we do that?
Yes, so we asked Zello this school year to do online presentations, and we will be sending out information to all the schools so that they'll know the dates when those will be online. But and that will be live. But we also know someone might not be able to access it live, so we're going to have them recorded so that parents and students can also see how they can access Zello, what Zello can do for them, because it's one thing for the counselor, for teachers to say, hey, here's this great platform, this is what we're going to use for your personal graduation plan, but it's another to really get the parents looking at it and being involved in those conversations and that collaboration so that the parent and student work together.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen, very much for the update on CCMR. Our next agenda item is 4C, the 2022-2023 review of assessments and ratings, and this is Ms. Keene.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge. And members of the board. My name is Hope Keene, and I'm your coordinator of student testing and your very proud district testing coordinator. Thank you for the opportunity to share an overview of the state assessment results for the 2022-2023 school year. Tonight we're going to look at a concise summary of assessment results and preview the changes that are coming with the new accountability with the A through F ratings. In the coming weeks, you will receive a copy of our Data to Action book, like you've received in the past, that we'll go deeper with as we look at campus results more specifically, as well as feeder patterns and demographics. As federally required, each year all emergent bilinguals in grade K through 12, including any students whose parents have denied bilingual or ESL services, are assessed annually in the areas of speaking, writing, listening, and speaking. And these assessments are designed to measure the annual progress that our emergent bilingual students make in learning the academic language of English. So in this past school year, students eligible for TELPAS were given 2 online assessments. And this was the first time that TELPAS was administered where writing was actually embedded in the reading test online. So our students were typing out their responses. Students then received a rating for each of those domains with either beginner, intermediate, advanced, or advanced high. So this summary here provides a reflection of all students who took TELPAS this spring, including all of our newcomers. So any student who was enrolled by March 30th took the TELPAS assessments online. And it's significant to take notice to the change in total number of students over last year. We did have around 1,000 newcomers testing with a majority of those students arriving after January of 2023. And so this test did begin in February of 2023. So we had a lot of students who were new to us. So you'll see here that 47% of our students obtained a performance level of advanced and advanced high, which is just below the region in the state. But these results tell us that 47% of our students were able to receive on-level content with little to no accommodations surrounding their language. This slide here is an abundance of information showing the performance level with a year-over-year view as an example of language growth within student groups. So here you'll see a group of students who are showing improvement in their language acquisition over time. So as you track this, we have in 2021 first graders who then in 2022, we see that they are over time, that number is declining, which we're not used to, but that means over here in intermediate, they're moving up in their language acquisition. And so we have more students each year scoring higher up on those proficiency levels. And so here we see that in 2023, that same group of third graders are now at 40% in advanced. So keeping in mind the influx of newcomers to our communities, you will see the trend moving towards our students gaining the academic language needed to be successful in the future. And again, we'll provide more information in our data to action books that we have seen in the past moving forward. So now turning our attention to the 2023 STAR redesign. As a reminder, students took this test this past spring, and it did include the new online testing features, such as creating a number line, using the drag and drop method. They had an opportunity to label maps, place events in sequential order, and a lot of new question types. And so just as a reminder, this was to assess students in a more authentic way of their learning that they receive every day, because we know that our teachers aren't asking multiple choice questions all day long in the classroom. And so the reading language art tests also included these cross-curricular passages that align to their grade level, plus short and extended written responses. And so for all tested grade levels, they were given opportunities to type out their responses, and those responses were weighed heavier in the assessment. You guys saw this timeline back in June, and TEA updated it, and so we wanted to share that with you. There were changes to the STAR 2.0 test, and so with that, we received our scores later than typical. And so we did receive our scores here just a few business days ago. And so we did send out Parent Square communication with our parents that scores were available in the parent portal, and we made sure that they had directions on where to find that information. So now we'll move into performance results for our students. So the percentages that you see here reflect what has been calculated regarding all students who tested during the 2023 spring STAR 3 through 8 and EOC administration. When we combined all students who performed at approaches grade level on all assessments, we see that CFB ISD students gained 4 percentage points. We are trending with the state here in overall performance. And so at a future board presentation, we'll provide an update based on student performance as related to our actual district ratings that are coming from the updated A through F system. So in other words, these students here were all of our students tested, not just our students who we see in our October snapshot data. Taking a look here at mathematics, again, this is all students grade 3 all the way up through our algebra EOC testing information. We see that our students performed with approaches grade level or above, once again. And so on the left, our students performed our student performance results for the state, and on the right for CFB. Our district scores increased by 4 percentage points over last year, and we are within 2 percentage points of matching the state. Here for reading language arts, we saw that our district saw a 3 percentage point gain, with 73% of students meeting the passing standard, and we are now performing above where we were with our pre-COVID scores. With regards to science, scores increased by 5 percentage points in CFB, and the state saw a 1 percentage point gain. And lastly, our 8th grade social studies and U.S. history scores at the high school. Our district saw a 3 percentage point gain, with 74% of our students meeting passing standards. We are within 3 points of the state. So coinciding with the STAR redesign was the A through F ratings refresh. And so here again, we provided this timeline previously, but the state updated it yet again. For the past 5 years, we've been following a relatively similar accountability system with the same performance measures. And while this allowed for better year-over-year comparisons, some of the accountability measures were halted, for the pandemic. And so we'll see here on this updated timeline provided by TEA that we are still awaiting the final 2023 accountability manual. We are anticipating that, as you'll see here, that it'll be released in early September. And so we are refreshing our websites pretty regularly to see if they have posted that, because we are anticipating getting a move on communicating that information to you all and to our community about our ratings. The official ratings will be released to the public on September 28th through texasschools.gov. And so taking a look at what that looks like now, TEA provided an example of texasschools.gov where our community will see the previously established ratings, and I know that that is very small up there, but they're also going to include an additional banner containing a what-if rating. And so there is a brief mention on that banner regarding the purpose of this what-if rating, with the intention to essentially provide an apples-to-apples comparison. So if we had used last year's performance data within this newly refreshed accountability calculation, that's what that banner is going to provide. So again, it doesn't change our rating from the 21-22 school year. It's just showing a what if we had been within this new rating system, what would this year's data have looked like? And then they'll also provide the rating off of this past school year's performance. And so again, these will be live on Thursday, September 28th, and our ratings will be presented along with more information to you all at a future board meeting. This slide here just shows an overview of the key updates from TEA, and so I highlighted the major changes per domain. In Domain 1, we see in high school that they have increased standards for CCMR and graduation rates. Domain 2 will continue to represent the best of either academic growth, which now captures more students and learning acceleration, or the relative performance, which for high school has again recalculated that CCMR component. Additionally, Domain 3 now focuses on the groups in most need by moving from a yes/no designation to a 0 to 4 scale for student groups with at least 10 students. Again, much more information and some really nice graphics that will be very visual are going to come to you all in the future. And so I wanted to make sure that you guys did have this information now, as it is a refresh of the accountability system. Thank you for your time this evening. You, again, like I mentioned, will be receiving a copy of our Data to Action book, similar to what we've given you in the past, where you'll be able to ask questions and take a look at what all our students and our teachers have worked really hard for this past school year. Do you all have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Board members, any questions or comments about the accountability? Ms. Derrick?
Ms. Keene, thank you for the presentation. It's great to see the numbers, because this is what we wait for. I'm also excited about the Data to Action book, because I think that was really helpful last year for us to be able to individually have the time to dig into the numbers and ask questions of your team, because like I've said to you before, we are not the experts in this field, but y'all are, so we love hearing from y'all and getting that information so that we can see where we can improve. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Board members, any additional comments or questions? I do have a question about slide 13, because that was very helpful information on the what-if rating. So just to make sure we're clear and that the public is clear, the what-if rating is going to be what if in 21-22 we were rated on the current system, the new system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we'll use the 21-22 school year data. and say, what if we had had this new refresh system in place then? What would the rating have been? That way, because with all the changes to the state's assessment, to all the changes of the methodology here, it will give a picture of this is what it would have been had those changes already been made. Yes, ma'am.
It's very interesting the way they decided to spin the what if rating instead of going the opposite direction. What if we were under the old system? Especially hearing the buzz that I'm hearing in kind of the thread in education right now is that the refresh specifically, and help me make sure, because you say in domain 1 that there's an increase for college, career, and military readiness. Is it pretty significant, the increase that they're expecting in the percentage of what they expect now versus what they did expect?
It'll be very different.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I thought. So I just think it's important for our community to know that what we're being graded on is not only a change in the accountability rating and the way the methodology is done, but also a change in the way the kids were tested, because the kids were not even tested the same way. So we're dealing with changing apples and oranges into bananas, essentially.
And lemons. You
Yes,
know?
oh, and lemons.
And so we can turn lemons into lemonade with great
Absolutely.
teaching. Yes, ma'am.
So I think it's important for our staff to know that I recognize the challenges in what the state is doing by changing all the things at once, but that doesn't diminish the work that we're doing to understand students by name and need and really grow students with the decisions we're making on how we're progressing students forward post-pandemic to really achieve our goals.
Yes, ma'am, and I think that's a really important thing to continue to encourage our teachers and administrators with that knowledge, as well as that you are doing great things for our students. We are making it a point to know our students by name and need, and so continue to let people know that and share that information, because our campuses are making huge strides and huge gains, and so yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you, Ms. Keene. We really appreciate all the information. All right, next up is item 4D, the Human Resources Update. Dr. Davis?
Good evening, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, members of the board. Tonight I want to talk to you about not only human resources, but talk a little bit about marketing. Over the past 2 years, our department has worked very closely with communications to help market who we are. Ms. Derrick said it earlier tonight, we're one big family. That's something that we take very personal in our office. When we offer jobs, we always say, welcome to the family. For those folks that come back and are in this room as we do orientations who have left the family, they come back and said they missed us, they missed CFB. So getting that word out, getting that logo out, getting that marketing out to folks is what we're about. It's that brand. And that's what we're really focused on. Tonight we're talking about social media. I'm going to talk about what we're doing with marketing and with communications to push out our message. We're going to collaborate, how we collaborate with our communications department, talk about our new ATS system, our applicant tracking system, touch on the Upbeat survey, and then have a current snapshot. So that's our learning for this evening. So we've done something over the last couple years. And looking at data, looking at the metrics of our social media pushes, what does it do? Who's it impacting? How many clicks are people clicking on our whatever we push out for CFB for our jobs? Are they male? Are they female? What's their age ranges? So it gives us a lot of data about our target audiences, and it helps us as we start pushing out messages to folks out in the community about CFB, and we can really target, and I'll talk to you a little bit about targeting here in a minute. We do Instagram Reels, we do Facebook posts, we talk about the family, we talk about the folks that are our teachers. We use our teachers in the pictures because we don't need stock photos. We've got great teachers, we've got great messages we send out from our teachers. We use mobile ads and geofencing. So that's something that geofencing I touched on last year. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. So geofencing essentially is what I've done is the UNT. I've done a 5-mile range around UNT, and that's what that circle represents. So geofencing would be in a Facebook push out that anybody on Facebook within that 5-mile radius, we're going to have a pop-up CFB ad about a career fair at UNT or about a job fair that we're having. So we're able to strategically go into universities and other towns and let them know we're coming. So that's something we've only done for the last year, and this is our second year of doing that, and it's proving to be successful. We also have our employee ambassadors and the witness testimonials that we put up. If you walk down near Human Resources, you'll see the folks on the right, Brittany, Lonnie, Nicole, and Adam. Their quotes are on the walls because they're important to us. They are CFB. They're the message that we're delivering. In fact, I was talking to Lonnie. This is a couple of, these were on digital billboards on 35. Lonnie was stuck in traffic on 35 one day. He said, I looked up and saw myself. He goes, kind of freaked me out. But so it works. You know, people see the ads. They see who we are. And that one big family, that marketing strategy is getting the message out all the time. And then also some other digital billboards that we've done over the year. We also have the teacher recruiting ads that we will push out when we go to job fairs. We print these out, and we also have it electronically that we can push out so that people know who we are, where we are, what we're about as a district. Now, when I talk about one big family, we are one big family of recruiters as well. When we bring in new staff, they are all recruiters for us. They go out and talk to their friends and family about CFB. We have jobs, they help link up jobs. As a board, I know you guys go out and talk to folks about CFB and wanting to be a part of our family. So we're all recruiters. And some of these actions that we do as a family really assist in our recruiting efforts. The TIA allotment, which we learned about earlier tonight, is a recruiting and retention effort. Giving stipends for bilingual teachers. It's competitive out there, and that's another recruiting effort. Stipends for special education teachers. We have strong technology support. We have the CDA, which a lot of districts don't have. I just heard that another district will be coming to visit our CDA because they want to model one after ours. We have the adjunct teacher program, which filled a lot of folks' vacancies this year, where we're giving folks that are already in a program or signed up for an alt-cert program, we're putting them in the classroom with coaches. And when we started at the beginning of the year, 8 people already have their full teaching certification because of the program. We're really monitoring the program and supporting them to make sure they go through their alt-cert program and get what they need to be successful in the classroom. We have many partnerships with colleges and universities. We're starting to offer PD opportunities. We had one last month. Career fairs that we're tailoring, and then we have our Future Teacher Promise program for our high school seniors. So on our recruiting efforts, you know, we're dabbling more into virtual recruiting as well, and that was an offspring of COVID. But the ability to log in online and interview electronically, it does have its advantages, especially when we're recruiting from other districts where Dee might be next to me, might be a teacher with me, but I don't want to see her at a job fair because now she knows I'm looking as well. So this is more of a private way for folks who are already invested in another district to look, and hopefully we can entice them to come to CFB. In the fall and spring, we do student-teacher interview days with our student teachers. We give them access to the principals, and Dr. Jay is nodding over there, but we give them access to have a discussion. It's not really an interview, it's a talk. It's a 10-minute discussion with folks so they can get to know who that principal is better, and that principal can get to know that student teacher. We have the district job fair each spring at Ranchview. We have support staff job fairs. 2 weeks ago, we had one for student nutrition and the CDA. Actually, it was after the bell. We had 82 folks there in 2 hours at our job fair. So that blew our records out of the water. It was great, and I know it helped build our staff in student nutrition as well. And then we still do, we're picking and choosing and being more selective on university job fairs because the trend is for students not to attend those job fairs. They're looking at more of the social media. They're looking at more of that electronic interview structure. We also have our Grow Your Own program where we have current employees who are either enrolled in Dallas College or A&M Commerce. These are some of our support staff. They're working towards getting that bachelor's degree and getting that teaching certificate lined up. Again, we have the high school seniors in the Future Teacher Promise program. We also recruit high school seniors. If they're in college locally, we have jobs. They can start their TRS eligibility at age 18, which is a benefit. They might not, folks might not see it at 18 years old, but we'll try to sell it that, hey, you know, you can retire earlier if you start at 18 and start paying into the retirement system. And then we also have the university partnerships for our student teachers that we work strong with, especially UNT. But these are all the universities that we do partner with, a lot of the main ones right now. Now, to go to our retention survey, and it's part of our marketing as well, we want to know what we're doing as a district, how each building is performing, and it gives principals some really strong data on how they can change their building culture so that teachers don't get the happy feet and want to leave the district. So we use a company called Upbeat. It's a third-party survey we deliver in January. And this past year, we had 74% participation amongst our teachers. It was 80% the year before, but it was still 2% higher than the first time we gave the survey. And then we collected that data in the spring. We gave that insight to building principals. We worked with them, and we helped principals set goals for their staff. I looked at Chad Hunter because I have the most discussion about Upbeat with Chad in the past, and he would have his leadership team look at the data and then from there develop goals for their building. And then they would go to the teachers and say, these are the goals we would like, what do you think about them? They're teacher leaders. And so they would get buy-in throughout the community and then be able to enact some of those changes so that it builds a stronger culture within the building. And then we also give an exit survey. What we do in an exit survey is it's third party, it's again through Upbeat, so we've seen a big increase in participation with the exit survey that we don't send it out from one of our email addresses. It's our second year of using it, and it helps us identify what are our weaknesses in our operations. This is data that's premature because we just closed the survey and we have not had that final look at the data, but this was taken right before we closed it. Of the faculty who left, we had a 47% participation rate. Some of the things they thought we were doing well, the support from parents, our supplemental student support services, our resources and facilities were adequate, the benefits, and then there was less concerns with CV-19 or COVID-19 this year than last. Areas of focus were how we evaluate those practices, and then they thought low pay was something that we needed to address. When we talk about staff participation rate, their highlights, they were moving closer to home, so the folks that we're getting are closer to CFB, so that distance improved for them. And then they thought the current school model of how we're handling post-COVID was adequate or good. Again, areas of focus, evaluation, low pay, and the culture of the workplace. So we know that we have to try to hone down, and we can look specifically within departments, where is that rising, and then we can work with those leaders to make sure that we can strategize and change in those departments. Now, something we all want, we're very proud of this. This data came in about noon. Right now, we have one open bilingual position at the general ed elementary. Special education elementary, we have 12 open. Secondary, actually, we have 3 open, but in talking with Dr. J, she's got 1 on the hook, so that'll go to 2. And so, And then another one wasn't, so we're reducing that number. My directors, Martha and Greg, are working very hard along with Paige and Jerry Martinez to try to fill our classrooms. And then we're doing what we need to do to get that number to 100%. And that's goes back to, and I should have started with this slide, but it really goes back to what we're doing. The marketing, getting out there and really enticing folks and luring them back if they've been here before, but also getting those new folks in the door and showing them what we're about as a district, what we do for our children. Now, the applicant tracking system, this was introduced, some of you might have seen this last year. This didn't get rolled out due to some technical difficulties, and we paused on it in the spring because we didn't want our principals to come in with pitchforks. So we're rolling it out in October. This is a system that's a nationwide system, and many of our teachers already have applications in another district with this program. So what they can do is they can log in using their existing credentials. All the data, the demographic data will populate, so they don't have to refill out another application. It'll be an easy application process, so it's going to speed up the time of the application, and it's a lot more user-friendly than what we're using now. And if you click on one of, I think I clicked on professional, and what it does is it goes in and then it breaks down each opening. And then under show and hide, you can look at the job description, and then you can apply for the position. So it's more of a seamless transition process to get into the system. And we're hoping that it also, what we know is this the generation that we have now of teachers, they want something more user-friendly. They look at that UX or that user-friendliness of that program. So we're trying to really tailor what we're doing with our social media, with our digital applicant tracking system to our younger generation to hopefully get them in the door and know what we're about as a family. Sorry. So what are some of the takeaways tonight? We need to think not outside the box, but we really need to create a new box because recruiting is changing and getting top talent is in this area very competitive. So what can we do differently to get that done and increase our candidate pool? We know, again, strong partnerships with universities and their alt-cert programs is imperative to creating those teacher pathways. And then we're building a strong family culture in CFB, and we all can continue to promote CFB as a destination district. As you know, we are one big family. That concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Questions? Ms. Garza Rojas.
Thank you so much for your presentation. If anybody knows me, I love social media. I'm very impressed with this. I saw that billboard on 35 myself, so I can attest to what he, said. I do have a question about the application. Is it mobile friendly? I'm sorry, I don't know if you said yes or no.
It is mobile friendly, where ours now is not very mobile friendly.
Okay.
This is, and this is still our program. We have Teams as our software program. Frontline owns Teams, and this is their best of class product, so that we integrate into our system.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work and everything you're doing. This is really awesome.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Ms. Derrick?
Dr. Davis, I thank you for your presentation. I think that this is a great moment to talk about the teacher incentive allotment, since we recognized 2 teachers at the beginning of the meeting tonight, but we didn't really have an opportunity at that point to explain what had just happened and what those teachers were a part of. So could you just speak briefly to TIA so that we can educate our community on and our staff on the amazing opportunities that are available through the TIA?
Yeah, if you got an hour, that's fine.
We do not.
It's a complex program, but in brief, TIA is an opportunity for our teachers to earn additional monies above and beyond what we pay them. This is monies paid through the state, and it has a combination of test scores, social economic of the building, so where they teach, what they teach, and how their students are improving and measures and data that we pull. All of those are put together, and then a score actually pops out of that. And if they can meet the score needs, they can be either distinguished, exceptional. They can reach one of those levels and get more money, up to over $20,000.
Which is huge. And I think the really important piece of that is that that program encourages good teachers to stay in our classrooms, which is so, so important. So if you're not familiar with that program and you're teaching in our district, I encourage you to learn more. I'm hoping they already all know this, but it was really exciting tonight to see those numbers, because that is proof that we have great educators staying in classrooms to teach kids. And that's really, I mean, that's where the magic's happening, is in the classroom. So we need to keep good teachers there. So thank you for explaining that. It was kind of on this perfect timing to be able to go over that.
Thank you.
I'll just make one comment about the new system for applicant tracking, specifically on the public side. I work in education, and so as we're all one big family and we're all advertising for CFB, I often send people to our website, and I'm very excited to see a new system that looks streamlined, looks more not 1980-ish. So thank you for bringing that forward. I am sure the administrators that have long waited for a better tracking system are also very excited. So I really appreciate the work that's going in to bring that to full speed so that we can better attract people, because we all know if it's a digital world, it can't look like 1980. So thank you very much. Maybe 1970. Thank you again for your presentation, Dr. Davis, and I'm excited to see the numbers that we are getting all those spots filled, and really appreciate your team's work, administrators' work, everyone really coming together to make sure we have a high-quality educator in every single classroom, which is just critically important. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is 4E, SHAC recommendation update. Ms. Gillen?
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and esteemed board members. I'd like to recognize Sylvia Missoura and Nurse Leek. Would you please both stand as part of the SHAC committee? Thank you. They did a wonderful job. If you have a child's heart, you have a child's mind. Rick DeFore, an American researcher and leader in education, reminds us that learning is the true purpose of school. We know this to be true, as we provide services to students to help them feel safe and healthy. Children can and will learn. Therefore, the SHAC committee recommendations we will share in this presentation are of true value as we move the work forward. The first SHAC recommendation is to expand the Counseling Connection Center. The CCC serves students and families in an evening center housed at the ESDC at no cost to our families. Staff is made up of 18 counselors, some of which are our school counselors, licensed professional counselors, and one registered play therapist. Last year, due to student and family need, there were 100 clients on the waiting list. CFB received a grant from MetroCrest Hospital Authority to expand the number of counselors at the center, with excellent results. The current waiting list has dropped from 100 to 27, although we expect it to rise as the school year continues. The second SHAC recommendation is for the district to follow the American School Counseling Association, ASCA, recommendations for school staffing ratios. ASCA recommendations are 1 to 250. Texas recommendations are 1 to 350. Texas average across the state is 1 to 391. And in CFB, Our average is 1 to 368 across the district. Okay. The third SHAC recommendation is to utilize ASCA guidelines for school counselors' use of time. The Texas model for comprehensive school counseling programs, Senate Bill 179, and our board policy state that school counselors should spend 80% or more of their work time on components of a comprehensive school counseling program. The ASCA recommendations are that 80% should be spent in direct and indirect counseling services, and 20% or less should be spent on program planning and school support. Duties that fall outside of the role as described in the ASCA national model should be limited and performed by other school staff to allow school counselors to focus on students' academic, career, and social emotional needs. A few examples of non-counseling duties include creating a master schedule, to serve as the 504 coordinator, and to participate in car and lunch duty. Looking at our 80-20 status in the district, the average percent for all grade levels spent on counseling duties meets the 80-20 requirement. While this has been a work in progress, principals and counselors have collaborated and continue to work to meet the goal of 80-20 on their campuses. Our principals want and advocate for our counselors to counsel. The fourth SHAC recommendation is to increase parent education opportunities concerning mental health trends and improve the way they are promoted. The counseling department is in the process of planning several events with school and community professionals this year, starting with Grace Counseling on September 21st at Valley View Church. Here's a little flyer. We have it in English and Spanish, and this will be going out to our counselors and our campuses. In addition, we are also hosting 4 workshop sessions on coping skills to empower students and parents with healthy strategies to handle life stressors, including simple, mindful activities that even our youngest family members can learn. A new and exciting partnership beginning this school year will be with the Parkland Hospital's Addiction Prevention Team. We will partner with them on substance use prevention. Another opportunity we are offering is through the health services and SEL departments. We are working with a nonprofit organization called the Concilio that presents to families on child wellness topics such as the impact of nutrition on wellness, mental health, and physical health. The final SHAC recommendation is to expand and promote the library of resources for parents regarding mental health. Our department is preparing one-pagers for parents to learn ways to help their students make healthy decisions. They will be available on the website as well as printed for counselors to share at their campuses with parents. Our communication department is developing public service announcements, PSAs, to educate parents on substance use and prevention. Be on the lookout this month for our first one. All of our resources have been updated and are available on the district counseling webpage, including an expanded version for substance use treatment. One of the most powerful resources for parents is the school counselor, which parents can access directly. Our school counselors receive professional development every single month to further their skills and knowledge. As part of the request to expand our counseling services, we have partnered with outside professional agencies to increase services for our families. Telehealth services through Children's Health has increased this year to include all of our campuses, and they are providing more professional counselors to serve our students during the school day. For families who prefer in-person counseling, Family Tree, a local Carrollton counseling center, partners with us and offers 6 sessions to our families and students at no cost. Our students will further benefit from the opening of the Ellie Center, which offers outpatient services for individuals and families and accepts Medicaid for payment. All of these resources will help to meet the needs at the school as the school year continues and the need expands. As we begin our 23-24 school year, we are grateful for the time the SHAC committee takes to advocate for our students and ensure that we serve the whole child. If you have a child's heart, you have a child's mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. Board members, questions or comments? Ms. Derrick?
Ms. Gillen, thank you for the presentation. I have a question for you. If the SHAC is recommending that we follow the ASCA ratio for counselors in our district, if we were to do the math right now, how many counselors would we be short?
30.
Okay.
Which is substantial.
That is substantial. What's the conversation around that look like right now?
We are doing our best to keep within the Texas model, which is 1 to 350. That's what most districts adhere to. I think everyone would love for it to be to 1 to 250, but it's very costly.
So even at the 1 to 350, what would that math look like?
We only are short about 4 to 5 counselors.
Okay.
We're doing pretty good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for your report. On the Ellie Center, where is that located and when is their anticipated open date?
We know it's here in Carrollton. We know that right now they are inundated because they're brand new and everyone is looking for outpatient services for families, especially because they take Medicaid. And so we're working with them. Lynn Torres, who is our Director of Mental Health and Behavior, she's seated right here in the audience. She's working closely with them so that we can have access for our families. It's brand new, so they're working through all the kinks to get it going.
Wonderful. And then regarding the children's telehealth available on all campuses, what is the fee for that, for them to use that?
Yes, they have to fill out a form, and so if they have Medicaid, that helps the families, but there is a small cost to it. So we do let them know that up front. And if they don't have insurance, then they do take Medicaid.
And then finally, regarding Ms. Derrick's comment, on campuses, are there counselors that are maybe not being utilized 100% or have less need to move to the more busier campuses that might need more counseling?
Yes, that's a great question. So we do have some campuses that are of high need that have 2 counselors, but we also know that this year, it's the first time in a long time, we have had, it's been a challenge to find counselors, just like teachers. And so we have been innovative. We've worked with Dr. Eldridge and the leadership team to look at what we can do. But right now, every campus has a counselor, and we're happy about that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Garza Rojas?
I have 2 questions for you. How are the workshops going to be held and where? Like, are it going to be on campus or is it going to be here? One of these buildings.
We're utilizing some churches, like the one that I just showed with the flyer.
Okay.
And then there will be some activity online. Then we will also host some things at the ESDC. And just like with the CCMR presentation, we're looking at what we can offer during the day for those that would prefer coming during the day, and then opportunities at night. Sylvia Missoura, who is on our counseling team, has been actively looking at that parent education aspect as far as how can we get our parents involved and get this information to them. We really think the PSAs, those public service announcements that are 1 minute long, and like I said, the first one's coming out this month, I think that's going to be very helpful. It's quick. They can get online and see it on our web page, and it'll be helpful on all different types of mental health topics.
Awesome. Okay. And then my other question was So I know that this is through the counseling department, but how are these resources shared with families that don't want to go to the counselors?
To their school counselors?
Yes.
Yes. That's a good question. I think the answer to that would be that we have a lot of information on our counseling page of how they can access all of these resources, and we update that monthly. That would be the best way. But if someone's not comfortable going to their counselor, I would absolutely want to know that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I have a few questions for you. You mentioned that one of the recommendations was to expand the Counseling Connection Center and that we got a grant from MetroCrest that has helped us achieve that.
Yes.
How long is that grant good for?
Well, we're right now in the process of applying for it for the next school year. So every school year we have to apply for that grant. This last school year, MetroCrest Hospital Authority gave us $305,000. And we used that to hire an LCDC counselor to help with our Counseling Connection Center, many areas across the district.
Okay, great. And then with regards to the counselor openings, my question is, how is our advertising and our human resources side tailoring to counseling? That may be the last presentation we focused on teachers and advertisement for teachers. So what are the avenues to find counselors?
Well, our great Melanie Williams is shaking the trees at universities, and we are working with our interns. We have a lot of connections, which our CFB counseling department is highly regarded. And so it's not that counselors don't want to come and work here. It's really that we don't have as many counselors going and studying this. So right now there is a shortage. We really want to hire the very best. So as Melanie's working with universities and looking at other ways to recruit, that's pretty much where we are right now.
Okay, great.
We know that we can hire licensed professional counselors that no longer have to have school counseling experience or teaching experience. So that might be something that we look at in the future.
Okay. Can the board get updates on the counseling positions in addition to the teachers that we receive weekly, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Benavides?
Thinking about using places of faith for your upcoming, what did you say, Valley View?
Yes. Those are for the parent events.
Okay.
So that parents can come in the evening and they will host many of our mental health programs.
Okay. I was just thinking about what are you doing to reach out to our Latin community? I know that in South Carrollton-Farmers Branch, we would have a lot of churches that I'm sure would be willing to host. And I know Sylvia is excellent.
She is.
But just thinking about, and I know you did say that your flyers in English and Spanish.
Yes,
but,
ma'am.
Going out to where they are and asking them to come, I think is a great thing.
Sylvia and the team is working on that parent engagement, and I trust them fully in making that happen. So
That's
we're
wonderful.
working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. I appreciate the presentation and all of the hard work the counseling department does to really serve our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next budget update is item 4F, our next agenda item. Clearly, it's all starting to run together. Our next agenda item is 4F, budget update. Mr. Guerra.
Which one is it? Thank you, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge. So I know we talked earlier about the financial updates we'll be giving every month now, but I wanted to kind of show you a different perspective of how the budget works and how the money that's really available to us as we go through the year. So as you know, this is from the last meeting, 2 weeks ago now, when you approved the budget for $344 million. And this was the same slide that kind of showed the breakdown in a circle graph of the different areas of function that the district has. So what I wanted to do is kind of show you how it looks hard cost wise against to the cost that we actually have to play with that operate every day as a district. So hard cost wise, you can see there's $244 million of payroll that comes out. That's a hard cost for us. We have our teachers. I know like we're in the process of, like I said, when we started the year, I think we had 21,000 kids. Now we have over 24,000 kids. So we have to have the teachers in place to make sure, because we were putting on, I think 200, 300, 400, 500 kids a day sometimes. So we had to make sure we had the staff in place to teach the kids once they got enrolled. So you can see that the payroll cost is a hard cost. That's our entire staff. The next hard cost we have is our recapture payment that's almost going to be $58 million, probably 59 by the end of the year. Another hard cost we have is our utilities, which is our light, our Atmos gas, our energy, things like that. So another hard cost we have to do is our transportation cost, which is our fuel cost, our oil, our tires, stuff like that to bus the kids. And the last major hard cost is our insurance. So we have well over $600 million worth of assets in the district, so our insurance cost is a little over $4.2 million for the year. So when you take all those costs away, you can see the far right cost, there's about $24 million left from the $344 million budget. So the $24 million is divided between 38 campuses and 17 major departments within the district. So between 55 plus departments, that $24 million is expended through the year. And it just kind of shows the breakdown of how it looks. As you know, we have with $344 million budget, there's 260 days of operation during the year minus weekends of the 365 days. So you can see on average, if we broke it out per day, we'd spend $1.3 million a day as a district. But if you take away all the hard costs that we have and just what we're operating on as a district between campuses and departments, it's about $93,000 a day. And that was my quick, brief update. I know we talked earlier, so I just wanted to show you a different perspective of how it looks. $344 million does seem like a large budget, but when you take all the hard costs away that we're forced to pay as a district, you can see it's a very much smaller piece of the pie that we have to operate every department and campus district-wide. So if you have any questions, I'll take them.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Board members, any questions? All right. Yeah, Ms. Brady?
I just wanted to comment that I really appreciate the visual, because that graph that you just showed is stunning, especially when you look at the payroll versus the recapture. Like, that is gross, quite frankly, how much they get back.
It is. It is.
I don't know what else to say. I mean, that you see how much of it is that we're giving back to the state. It's a lot. So thank you. I just want to say thank you. That was really what I should have said. Just thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Ms. Benavides?
Thank you, Larry. That's wonderful. And yes, I agree. This is really important, and for the community to see that, because that's something that I only learned about when I joined, when I got on board, because, you know, those aren't things we talk about a lot. But thinking about the transportation, is that, now the cost that we had for the new additions to our buses, is that in there, or was that a one-time expense?
No. If we purchase new buses annually, that's not part of that hard cost. That's when we figure in mileage and gas prices and how many miles we can go on a bus before we start switching tires and changing oils. That's that cost right there.
And what about the new programs that we did purchase for the buses? Does that have any impact there? Just
no, those are one-time costs. So
operating?
I did not include those.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Guerra. We appreciate the
Yes,
update. All right. Next is item 4G, our purchasing department update. Ms. Craig?
Okay, I got to bring this down. Good evening, members of the board, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge. I'm Tammy Craig. I'm the Director of Purchasing here. And I'm sorry, I've got some allergies going here. So I'm going to give you an update on purchasing. And I don't have all the great stats and stuff like the rest of the district goes, but I get to spend the money and work behind the scenes. And so, that is what we do in purchasing. I once did a presentation at a school. You know, they had the career day, and you go and you talk, and so they asked me to come and talk, and so it was my daughter's class, and don't ever go to your kid's class and talk. And so I'm standing there, and I said, well, I'm in purchasing. Oh, thank you. And so the kids asked me, they said, what does that mean? And I said, well, that means that I buy things for the school district. You know, I shop. This little girl says, hey, your mama's a shopper. And my daughter looks at her, she goes, I don't think it's that fun because she never brings anything home. So anyway. All right. Do I just click this mouse and it? Oh, okay, got it. I can do it up here too, right? Okay, so these are all the things that go through, and I'm sure a lot of my cohorts sitting out here can tell you that the power of purchasing sometimes can be overwhelming because we do have a lot of buying power here at CFB. We're a pretty good-sized district. And so there's a lot of legal guidelines that we have to follow and laws, and so they have to get 3 quotes. They have to, we have board approval on stuff. Y'all know that. You see all my stuff on the consent agenda. And so that's what I want to talk about tonight is some of the things that go on with the power of purchasing, because this sometimes is what people think when they're like, oh my God, you know, because we expect a lot. But that's okay, because that's what we're here for. Okay, so this is my team. We're really not that big, but I am fully staffed. There's 7 of us. They're the ones that keep the wheels turning behind the scenes. Our departmental functions, sorry. Our departmental functions are we buy all the supplies, the copiers, the paper, the furniture, the campuses, the office, the janitorial. We make sure that the utilities and everything gets all these contracts and stuff that we have. We make sure that the laws are followed to make sure that these things are purchased for the district so that the kids can continue to learn and everything flows. Anything basically that makes the school system run goes through purchasing at some point. So we spend all those dollars. I'm also over the warehouse, the distribution center, and so they have an inventory stock of several things that the district keeps on hand for us, like toilet paper, for instance. You know, things of that nature that the district needs, and so we keep it in the warehouse so that we can have it stocked to push out to the schools as they need it. They deliver the mail, they move furniture, so basically a lot of the stuff that gets moving that keeps the things behind the scenes going, the warehouse helps us with as well. So here's some fun facts for the year. We processed 40,900 requisitions this last year. We did 13,500 purchase orders were created. We spent over $100 million because we also spend for federal funds and all the money that comes into the district. And we had 3,160 inventory requisitions processed through the warehouse, and they also answered and completed 4,763 work orders. We do all of that with 7 purchasing staff, including myself, and 11 warehouse staff. And our biggest job, the most important, is we keep everyone out of jail, and it's a big deal. It is. So we make sure that all the laws and stuff are followed. So I thought I would talk a little bit about, because you do see a lot of the stuff that I put on, like I said, you know, behind the scenes, is because we have the consent agenda, if you notice through there, you'll see tons of bids and you know, all that kind of stuff. So I thought that I would explain to y'all a little bit about what you see on there, what goes on behind the scenes, and why it's there. So you'll see on there, consider and approve bids and proposals. You have that a lot. There's different types of bids and proposals. There's an RFP, which you see a lot, and request for proposal. There's CSP, which is competitive sealed proposals, the bidding, pricing for specific products, or an RFQ, which a lot of people think is request for quotes, but that's actually request for qualifications. And we do that to purchase like professional services and things of that nature. You also see on there, consider approved purchases over 100,000 and the acceptance of our purchasing report. So those are the things that you typically see on that consent agenda. So I'm going to kind of go through a few of them for you. Under bids and proposals, what happens with bids are specifications are prepared for what we need to purchase. And then we have to advertise it by law for 2 consecutive weeks. And then there's lots of different certifications that we have to have. I'm sure you've seen it like, it's really funny. From the legislator puts out the certifications that we have to have. So one of the things is you buy American. You have to make sure that there's no conflict of interest for anything. And you also have to, there's something that they can't boycott Israel, or they have to not lobby against abortion. And these are strange things, but these are laws that come up in the legislature that we have to put in our bids. So they have to agree to these things in order to do business with the state and the district. So an average process for a bid takes about 6 weeks. And then the state law requires that any bids that we have over $50,000 that the board approves. And we present those on the consent agenda. So after the bids are approved with the board, I know y'all see them here, but then you probably wonder what happens after they leave. So the vendors are approved, and you see that listing on your agenda of the vendors that we award. Those are vetted out to make sure that they meet all those criteria that we just talked about. And then the departments and campuses, we have that list out there of approved vendors. So then the departments and campuses can utilize that list to get quotes to find the things that they need, because those are our approved vendors. And then they award things based on best value to the district. So it's not always the lowest cost. There's guidelines in the law that say that there's different things that we'll be able to award based on. So vendor reputation, the quality of the product, all that kind of stuff plays a factor, not just the price. So that way we make sure that we get the best here at CFB. You also see every month, you'll see outside contracted services, administrative, educational, consultants, professional development, and grocery and catering services. What these are called perpetual bids. So they stay open 365 days a year, so that we can add vendors as we need to. So this really gives a lot of opportunity, especially for our local vendors or our local businesses coming in. So say you opened a new restaurant or something here in Carrollton or in our area, and you would like to get on the vendor list in order to do some catering for the district or whatever. If that bid was closed, you wouldn't be able to do that until the next year comes around. So by having the perpetual bid, you are able to respond to that bid electronically, and then you get on that approved vendor list. So that helps give opportunities so that we can also support our local folks who support us. The purchases over $100,000, board policy states that a single purchase over $100,000 be approved by the board. So these are things that we bring to you, and it'll say purchase of particular service or something that we're buying. That's one of the items that you see on the board, and so that is because of the policy that the board wants to see every single purchase over $100,000. The purchasing report is a report of all purchase orders created over $25,000. This is so that we can be transparent for you, and you get to see any purchase orders and stuff that we have. And then if you look on that report, you also see the purchasing authority that we used, if it was a cooperative, if it was one of our local bids, or if it was something that that you've previously approved. So then you see when that purchase order is created. So by doing all of this, we work as a team here, part of the family, and we collaborate with all the departments and everyone out here so that we can make a success of the district and everyone to be able, because our main goal is for the kids here. And so by us keeping everything going and making sure that they get what they need and get it legally, then we provide the cooperation and the collaboration to make CFB a success. Thank you for your time, and that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Mr. Shackman.
Just want to say thank you for coming and sharing this. I've had the opportunity to be on the board longer than anybody, and this is the first time in 10 years that purchasing has been in this meeting.
Oh, wow.
And it is important. You do great work for us, and thank you to you and all of your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shackman. Any other comments or questions? And Ms. Craig, I just want to thank you also for your humor. It clearly gets you far in the purchasing department, because when I saw your first slide, I was like, oh goodness, where are we headed? But you can tell everyone must love you because you just add that humor in there and keep things going. So I just want to say thank you for all of your work and your team's work and the thousands of purchase orders, and I'm sure people call you and they want things now, and you get to be the bearer of the news that you have to follow the process. So thank you for everything you do to keep the wheels moving along.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. With that, we will move to item 4H, the safety and security update. Ms. Freeman?
Good evening, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and Board of Trustees. Thank you for having me tonight. So today we're going to just recap HB3, which I did present to you last month. So just a quick recap of what HB3 is. It's a school safety bill that was introduced in the 88th legislative session. It included a requirement that districts have to have at least one armed security peace officer per campus. It increased the safety allotment to $10 per student, which is a 28-cent increase. It allotted $15,000 per campus to implement safety measures, and it assigned the TEA to monitor implementation and operation of safety-related requirements. I want to pause here and just make sure that we understand that the greatest priority of my department specifically is that we keep our staff and our students safe. One of the steps that we took, we had a five-step process, but one of the steps that we took was the psychological and the background assessment. We used the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, the MMPI. It is the standard for law enforcement. It consists of 567 true-false questions, and there are 10 factors that it focuses on, including depression, hysteria, psychopathic deviance, paranoia, schizophrenia, hypomania, and many more. There's an overall failure rate of 20%. And the test also includes an hour interview with the psychologist. Our pass rate is about 88%, and the scale is just kind of a graphic of where we indicate where our person would pass or fail. So anything below the yellow, which is the moderate, anything below is a pass. Anything above, from moderate to high, is a fail. What are we doing to ensure that we arm the staff in the safest manner? Beyond our psychological testing and our firearm scoring minimums, we meet or exceed what nearby law enforcement agencies require, including an initial drug screen, which we intend to continue as random screens. We, of course, completed the MMPI. We'll have an annual requalification of our minimum firearm standards. We'll complete our annual fitness standards, and we'll train each summer, especially during our longer breaks, and that includes cooperative training with our law enforcement partners. And as you can see, we completed our timeline already. The latter part of July, we sent 4 officers to Wichita Falls to obtain a Level 3 NRA instructor certification. They came back the following week, and we completed our online testing, and then right after that, we started our MMPI testing. And then on August 2nd, we conducted our firearms training with Carrollton Police Department. And then this past week, we completed our drug screening. And September 1st, which is an off day for most of our staff, they trained. And again, I want to pause right here. I've got several of my staff members in the audience. So if y'all want to stand up, my security officers that have toughed it out through this presentation, I absolutely appreciate everything you've got. We have several, and we've got several in the back as well. Several of them are working at the game, the football game tonight, so our staff is very busy. I'm appreciative of all of their efforts. They are amazing humans to work with. And I know I've got several of them watching on TV, so shout out to you guys too. We're requesting that the Board of Trustees review the good cause exception. Your job is to determine the appropriate amount of armed security officers for each district campus. The reason we want to go with the exception is because we are deviating from the armed police officer versus the security officer. So the exception provides for the armed security officer to house at that school. And that basically just says if we're unable to comply with the requirement to have a police officer in the school, then we have other options, and that is to arm security officers. Again, I want to end with this. Our greatest priority is to make sure that we keep our students and staff safe in this district. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Brady?
Thank you for all that. So with an 88% pass rate on a psychological exam, are we going to be short officers on our campus? And if so, how many?
We have about 6 that need spots.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for your report. Thinking about security and safety with the firearms, and that's a new thing on our campuses, is there any information that goes out to the kids or families about how all that is kept safe, and that maybe safety measures that can be implemented at home if there are firearms?
So I believe the school district is required to send out information annually, and so we are compliant with that.
Thank you.
Ms. Derrick?
I just want to make a comment that I appreciate the work that's been done with your team in recognition that this is not to be taken lightly. Having an armed officer on a campus is a big deal, and I appreciate the steps that CFB took to ensure that we were making sure that the right person on each campus was the one with carrying that weapon. We are not taking this lightly at all, and I think that that's important for the community to know that, I mean, the extent of the training that these officers have gone through is no joke, and that is what we have done in good faith to ensure that we have the right people, keeping our kids and staff safe. So thank you.
Thank you. We went through over 100 hours of training this summer alone, so that was a very thorough and robust training program.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Thank you, Ms. Freeman.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, we are moving into the consent agenda. I have a note here to take a recess. I'm thinking we can press on, but does anybody wish to take a short break? Power through. All right, here we go, everyone. We will proceed with our next agenda item, number 5, the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together under a single vote. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes a list of all consent agenda items. The board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action being taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda at this time? Ms. Benavides?
I would like to pull item I.
Okay, 5I. Other items? Ms. Harabachic?
I'd like to pull 5R for individual consideration.
Okay, 5R. Any other items? Okay, I'm pulling 5O. So with that, I have 5I, 5O, and 5R being pulled for individual consideration. If there are no other items to be removed, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda as amended? I have a motion from Mr. Shackman, or Mr. Shackman. Sorry, it's getting late.
I would move that we approve the complete consent agenda with the exception of points I, R, and O.
Thank you. I have a motion for Mr. Shackman. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady? I have a second for Ms. Brady. Is there any discussion? All of those in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. So we have a couple of items removed from the consent agenda, so we'll proceed to item 6A. The title of the first one is item 5I, consider and approve the extension of the RFP 2020-06016, grocery and catering services. Ms. Benavides.
I'm a vendor of the district. That's why I pulled it.
Okay. Do I have a motion regarding this item? Ms. Brady?
I move that we approve 5I as presented.
I have a motion for Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? Ms. Derrick? I have a second for Ms. Derrick. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. The next item is item 5O, consider and approve the purchase for ice station. I pulled that one. I will be recusing myself from that. So do I have a motion regarding this agenda item? Ms. Brady?
I move that we approve item 5O as presented.
All right, I have a motion for Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? Ms. Garza Rojas is a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. The next item for consideration is consider and approve the purchase of equipment and installation services for PA systems. Ms. Hrabachick.
Yeah, I have a comment on this, and I just want to express my disappointment that this item that is clearly stated as funded by 2023 bond is included on this agenda when we had previously discussed the concern when the sale of the bonds came to the board and we said there's no schedule, no plan. We do not know who is on the bond oversight committee. And now we're spending money that's come to us for approval to spend money from that bond still with none of those items in place. This item, I understand, is a need for, you know, the work at one of our campuses and related to safety and security, which is a need. But it's not supporting the transparency that we are accountable to our taxpayers for, as well as an issue with the trust of our voters. And I'm incredibly disappointed. And now the board, and maybe y'all don't feel this way, I am put in the position of having to make a decision
on safety and security versus what is right by those that elected us. And, you know, sometimes the line crosses a lot in decisions we make, and it's easy to make a decision, but, you know, this one is a lot trickier. Safety and security wins, but I just want to say it again. This is not the right way to handle it, and I'm disappointed. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve item number 5R as presented.
I have a motion to approve item 5R as presented. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady is a second. Is there any discussion? Mr. Shackman.
Ms. Herbachik, I think you hit a nail on the head with your concern. The second piece that I would add to that in concern is it's a fair amount of money, and right now it doesn't really have a lot of detail explaining what it is we're planning to do. And so I wonder if, I know we need the security, we want the issues there solved, but I wonder if this is a month too early for this agenda item.
Sorry, Ms. Hatfield. And I'll comment, the attachment in the board book doesn't have any additional detail. It's the submission for the information for the template, for the agenda. And so in my questions, you know, I'm satisfied that we knew we had in pre-meeting information. And if it's safety and security, like I said, you know, that's our priority. I mean, Ms. Freeman just said it, and that, you know, the board agrees, you know, that's our priority. But it's just not right by our taxpayer stakeholders.
Mr. Blackburn is here, and he can provide some insight into some of that.
Just to give a little detail about behind the request, the portion of the PA systems that were replaced under the previous bond were the head-end equipment. So we have head-end equipment at basically the main equipment room for the campus, but none of the wiring or the speakers were replaced at the same time. So the approach taken was basically that we swap out half of an old system, put in new equipment at the head end, but we don't replace the other half of the system, but we do it the same way across all campus, all the high schools, instead of doing a complete system at a couple of high schools and taking turns and waiting till the next cycle and doing the next couple of high schools. So this is completing or making the, installing the complementary pieces to produce a complete system that's of the same vintage, current generation that works effectively. Right now the speakers are producing varied volume levels. We have some areas, especially large gathering areas, that aren't covered with current speakers. And it wasn't addressed because all we did was the head-end systems, the main equipment room. We didn't address the whole system as part of the designated scope. Does that help a little bit? And I can answer further questions.
Mr. Bocek.
I'm going to chime in and just make it very clear that the issue is not fixing the problem. The issue is the spending of the dollars on the bond that we have not discussed as a board, or not been presented with the plan, the bond oversight committee. We are putting the horse before the cart when it comes to spending bond dollars. That is the issue at hand right now. This is not about fixing the PA system. We all would agree that safety and security is utmost importance in this district, but we cannot be spending bond dollars before we have our plan in place. And as far as this board knows, we don't have a plan in place. Ms. Herbachik.
Ditto. There is no issue on the spend of the money at all. If it needs to be fixed on our campus, we need to spend the money. The issue is, it is bond spend before oversight, a schedule, a plan, anything. These are the same comments that we had, or that I had, maybe not you, that I had when we had the sale of the bonds, and I'm almost positive I even said we're not going to spend money before we have these things in place. I won't, that's it. Not why we're doing it, it's the process. We're going against a process that we set to be accountable to our taxpayers, to the voters, to the citizens committee that spent hours developing the plan for this bond.
Thank you. Do you want to pull it? Okay. We have a motion on the floor, though. So I have a recommendation from administration to pull the item for the next, to save it for the next meeting. Board members? We have a motion already on the floor. So we have to finish this motion. Mhm. Right. Yep. Okay. So with that, because we have a motion already existing and we're at the discussion point, I will go ahead and ask for all of those in favor to raise your hand for the PA system, item number 5R. Okay, all those opposed?
I'm sorry, I missed what the first,
Okay,
what we were.
so
voting. I missed.
we have a motion from Ms. Herbachik.
Okay.
We have a second from Mr. Shackman. We've had the discussion. So now we are at all of those in favor of 5R. Please raise your hand.
I'm in favor of money. Safety and security.
Okay. All of those opposed? All right, by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions, the motion carries. So the next item is consider and approve TASB Policy Update 121 as initiated by TASB Policy Services. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Herbachik.
Yes, so let me make sure I have my notes since this is policy related. So in the past couple of years, we've used policy, how we implement policy and review and approve, and with the support of administration and staff, when there's law changes or policy changes needed or TASB notifies us of that information, that's provided to the district. Administration provides that to the department or departments that it might impact for their review. And then after that, so we can review all of any changes or things that might happen in policy, and then with staff for any procedural changes that it might impact. That's to include all the stakeholders in that process and those decisions. So recently, writing and developing policy is one of the few specified board jobs, right, that we do, and so we wanted to be more involved on the front end of that aspect as far as with the staff and what's happening before it got to the board from a first look. So we implemented a board policy subcommittee, and that is Ms. Garza Rojas and Ms. Benavides and myself for that. And this 121 update was the first time that we had a policy update that we got to do, kind of this with. So it was sent to staff for any comments, thoughts, items, and then that information was presented to the board policy subcommittee, and we went through it in detail as far as the policy changes, what it was impacting, and how it was changing. And so I really think this is a better process where we get to be involved, especially with the collaboration with staff on any concerns or questions or how it impacts their day-to-day life. That it might. So that's for this policy and then future policy updates. And y'all can add anything if I missed it. So regarding TASB Policy Update 121, it encompasses 10 policies. One policy recommendation entails a change that does not apply to CFB ISD, and then another change pertains to the date format. Not a huge change in policy on that. 3 policies were modified to remove the term or designee, and then notably BJA local authorizes the superintendent to delegate responsibilities to other employees as permitted by law. And that's eliminating the need for a reference to a designee in the policy. Additionally, one change was made to use semi-monthly instead of bi-monthly. Two policy changes align with our current practices. However, it's essential to note that CKE and CKEC are not recommended for modification due to the following agenda items specifically related to what we just heard about from Ms. Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Bocek. Board members, do you have any questions, or committee members, do you have any additional comments? No? Okay, so this item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Derrick.
I move that we approve item 6B as presented.
Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Garza Rojas. Is there any discussion? I'll just say thank you to the subcommittee for working on our initial process and getting things going with the subcommittee so that we can have a more transparent and engaging process with the staff. With that, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Next item is 6C. Consider and approve the district and campus improvement plans. Ms. Holcomb.
Good evening, President Cass, Ms. Hatfield, sorry it's late, Dr. Eldridge, and distinguished members of the board. This evening I'm here to present the encompassing overview of the 23-24 district improvement plans alongside the 38 campus improvement plans. Formulating these plans has been a dedicated effort by the District Improvement Committee, as well as the Campus Improvement Councils and the district leadership team. A lot of time and hard work has been put into these plans, and they span a substantial number of pages, 1,376 pages collectively. At the heart of these plans lies the driving force and the foundation of CFB's vision. The vision of Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD as an exceptional learning community where every graduate not only thrives but also leaves a lasting impact in our intricate, interconnected, and ever-evolving world. Woven into the fabric of these plans of CFB ISD are the values that are the cornerstone upon everything that we really do and what the plans are built around. They stand as guiding principles that impact and guide our path forward. Those values are excellence in all learning opportunities, respecting differences by embracing diversity, a growth mindset for students, faculty, and staff, ongoing partnerships with the community, and then support and love of the whole student. As we dive into the overviews of these plans, I would ask you to be reminded of the collective commitment to achieving excellence, fostering a transformative learning environment, and propelling our students towards success in a dynamic global landscape. The plans are structured around 5 of the fundamental guiding objectives, and they are as follows. Guiding objective number 1 is optimizing engaging and diverse learning. Guiding objective 2 is optimizing facility, safety, and security and infrastructure to adapt to student needs. Guiding principle number 3 is to optimize community engagement. Number 4 is optimizing social and emotional well-being of all students. And then optimizing utilization of all available resources. So through a needs assessment, there was undertaken to prioritize areas that need significant requirements to ensure a real comprehensive approach. I'm going to highlight some of those objectives, and I'm going to first start with some district demographics that are featured within the plan. The first is that CFB educates more than 24,700 students across all 38 campuses. Our student population does represent 70 countries and 55 different languages. Our emergent bilingual population continues to grow, and it currently represents 38.96% of the student population. CFB offers more than 60 programs of choice and approximately 124 career and technical course options. Some featured objectives within the District Improvement Plan include expanding reading strategies to enrich learning outcomes, as well as strengthening support for African American and emergent bilingual students to narrow achievement gaps, enhancing strategies for students served by special services, including dyslexia, elevating safety and security measures for all stakeholders, enlarging the scope of parent engagement initiatives, enabling effective recruitment and retention of staff, and then finally pursuing strategies to bolster enrollment figures. These are just a few of the objectives that are identified in all of the pages of the plans. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mr. Shackman, who has assumed the role of board liaison for the District Improvement Council. We are excited to collaborate with you, Mr. Shackman, and to further enhance the CFB experience for all students, parents, guardians, and staff. Anticipation is building as we move into the 23-24 school year, and our gratitude does extend to the board for championing the interests of all of our CFB ISD stakeholders. With this type of unwavering support, we do believe that our most promising and impactful days lie ahead of us. Are there any questions?
Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Brady?
Thank you for getting all this together. As I was reading through them, my question really is that the evaluation dates that you have that progress, I guess, is 3 times a year, and then a final at the summative at the end. My first question is who determines that, the progress monitoring? And the second is there a live document that holds all of the progress monitoring in one place so you could, as a board member, go back and look at our progress on goals from last year versus where we are now?
Yes, so all of this is housed in the Plan for Learning portal, which is a program that we have access to. There are set dates within that program that 4 times a year we will go in and we will set those for review. And each of the district administrators that are over those goals will then review those areas within those within the people that work with them on those goals. As far as looking back at prior progress monitoring, there will be there's an ability to go back to the years before, so you can look back at 22, 23, or the years before that, and you can see the notes and the data that would be inside of that plan.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Additional questions or comments? I would just add on to Ms. Brady's that I think that historically we've approved them at the beginning, but we haven't seen that progress data on those along the pathway in the formal form. Like I saw it when I read them, that there's the 4 columns that show the progress, but as a board collectively, I have not had the opportunity to see that.
I see.
And so I think that would be something valuable as Mr. Shackman works with you all this year to really think about how do we see the progress. Because I even saw at the bottom, there's the indicators that
Yes,
say
ma'am.
like continue,
Mhm.
it was achieved,
Mhm.
or why we're going to stop. And so that's just a comment for you all to know kind of historically. I'm not sure that we have all had access to see that progress.
Oh, wonderful. So we can fix that. And then also when you go in, you have the ability to print those where the symbols will show on the front forward-facing document, or you can print it where it's just kind of a general overview of the plan. And so those are things that we can do. And as we go in each quarter and do those updates, we can run those reports where it will show those symbols each kind of quarter as we go through, and those could then be presented to the board in any way that you choose. So yes, that's definitely something we can do. And then of course, we can give access to, the board to all of that internally.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Ms. Holcomb.
Thank you.
So with that, this item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Ms. Brady?
I'd like to move that we approve item
6.
6C as presented.
Do I have a second? Ms. Derrick is a second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. All right, next up we are moving to item 7, which is a closed meeting. 7A, pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the Texas Education Code, section 37.0814, an armed security specialist. 7B, pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.076 and 551.089, deliberate the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security devices. The board will now move into closed session. audience members who have remained so patient and stuck with us all night. You are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations. And we thank you for your engagement tonight and continuing to smile at us from the audience. The time is now 9:56 p.m. We are back in open session and the time is now 10:33 p.m. The next item on the agenda is item 8, reconvene an open meeting for possible action regarding items discussed in closed meeting, and item 8A, consider and take possible action to adopt a resolution regarding Texas Education Code section 37.0814. Board, this item is marked for possible action. I'll remind board members that you do need to read the resolution as it is typed out if you make a motion. Does the board wish to take action? Mr. Bracek?
I move that we adopt a resolution regarding Texas Education Code section 37.0814, and that resolution is: whereas the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District, CFB ISD or district, is committed to the safety and security of all students and staff at CFB ISD, and whereas the 88th Texas Legislature passed House Bill 3 addressing school safety and security to include amending the Texas Education Code by adding section 37.0814, effective September 1st, 2023, requiring the Board of Trustees of a public school district to determine the appropriate number of armed security officers for each district campus, and whereas Texas Education Code 37.0814 requires an armed security officer at each campus during regular school hours, and each armed security officer must be a school district peace officer, school resource officer, or commissioned peace officer employed as security, referred to collectively as commissioned peace officer, and whereas Texas Education Code 37.0814C provides a good cause exception for districts that are not able to provide a commissioned officer at every campus during regular school hours due to the availability of funding or lack of qualified commissioned peace officers, and thus allows school districts to develop an alternative standard for compliance, and whereas the Board of Trustees has determined that the district qualifies for the good cause exceptions due to the shortage of available commissioned peace officers in the district's geographical area and a shortage of personnel at our local municipalities, prohibit them from entering into a memorandum of understanding to provide the additional school resource officers, and whereas the Board of Trustees has developed an alternative as outlined in Texas Education Code 37.0814C to provide for the safety and security of students and staff by implementing an armed security program and by authorizing district employee or employees employed as armed security specialists who have been trained by a qualified handgun instructor certified in school safety under section 411.1901 of the Texas Government Code to be assigned to campuses during normal school hours and to carry a handgun on school premises in accordance with written regulations for its armed security program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District has determined, pursuant to Texas Education Code 37.0814C, that the district qualifies for the good cause exception to providing armed security specialists at campuses during regular school hours, and has developed a suitable alternative for providing safe and secure campuses by implementing an armed security program, and by authorizing district employees employed as armed security specialists who have been trained by a qualified handgun instructor certified in school safety under section 411.1901 of the Texas Government Code to be assigned to campuses during normal school hours and to carry a handgun on school premises in accordance with written regulations for its armed security program. And be it further resolved, the Board of Trustees hereby finds that the district, in determining this good cause exception and establishing the alternative standard, is in compliance with Texas Education Code 37.0814. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be placed in the meeting minutes of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees. And be it further resolved that the superintendent shall take all actions necessary and appropriate to implement this resolution in compliance with state and federal law and district policies in consultation with the Board of Trustees, and to ensure that documentation is maintained related to the district's implementation of and compliance with these laws, including documentation related to the good cause exception, and to provide said documentation to the Texas Education Agency if required.
With that motion from Mr. Bracek, do I have a second? Ms. Brady, I have a second from Ms. Brady. Is there any discussion? All right. All of those in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed. By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next item is item 8B, consider and take possible action to adopt a resolution regarding armed security specialists, including the approval of updates to board policies CKE local, DH local, and GKA local to allow for the same. Board, this item is marked for possible action and also has a required resolution to read. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we approve item 8B, resolution as stated by the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District. Whereas Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD has determined that the safety and security of students and staff is paramount, and the Board of Trustees realizes the district employees will be first on the scene in the event of an armed intruder or other dangerous situation, and whereas Texas Education Code Section 37.102A authorizes the Board of Trustees to adopt rules for the protection of district students, employees, and property, and Texas Penal Code Section 46.03A permits the Board of Trustees to authorize the possession of a firearm on the physical premises of a school or the district, either through written regulation or written authorization. And whereas the Board of Trustees hereby determines that it would be in the best interest of the district to permit certain district employees to possess firearms on district property after completing necessary evaluation and training requirements. And whereas the superintendent has presented the Board of Trustees with proposed amendments to Board Policy CKE local, Board Policy DH local, and Board Policy GKA local. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees determines that it is in the best interest of the district that designated and properly licensed district employees be authorized to possess firearms on the physical premises of the district and at the school-sponsored events to provide for the safety and security of students, staff, and visitors. And the Board of Trustees hereby approves and adopts the proposed amendments to Board Policy CKE local, Board Policy DH local, and Board Policy GKA local as amended, as required for the implementation of an armed security program. And the Board of Trustees authorizes and directs the superintendent to develop internal rules and procedures for implementing an armed security program and to take other reasonable steps to fulfill the purposes of this resolution. Approved September 7th, 2023.
I have a motion from Ms. Derrick. Do I have a second? Mr. Shackman. I have a second from Mr. Shackman. Is there any discussion? All of those in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed. By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The board will now move on to the next agenda item, item 9, comments from board members regarding posted agenda items. Board members, does anyone have any comments you wish to make at this time related to the posted agenda? No. Okay, I will make one comment back to our item that was focused on 5R. I know that there is a concern that we have not talked about as a board collectively, the Bond Oversight Committee and the plan for the 2023 bond. I will take responsibility that I did work with administration and slate that we should probably have that as an item for September 21st in the board work study. The last board work study was on priorities. We did not have another one on the calendar. And rather than add another work study to the agenda, I opted to say that should probably be when we do that. And so that was anticipation that on September 21st, we will be talking about the Bond Oversight Committee and the Bond 2023 plan. And so I'll work with Dr. Eldridge and the team to make sure that sticks. I do know we have a board member that won't be present at that meeting. It will be recorded so the board member can access the information and then we can follow up as needed. But I do think we need to move forward with that meeting, and then we'll plan separate activities and things for the retreat on the 28th and 29th. So with that, are there any other discussion points? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our agenda and we are adjourned at 10:42 p.m.